Hello there, chat. How's everybody doing? How you doing there, Panda? Tyro? What's up? Let's see here. Alright. Looks like, Twitch says we're excellent. Streamlabs is running optimally. Hey, Andy! What's up, bub? Streamlabs is running optimally. The chat is scrolling. And the game is running. Is it live? Oh, wait. Game, are you running? Game? Yep, it's running. Okay. So, I think we're good to go. So, without further ado, let's go ahead and get this party started by saying, greetings and salutations to you. My name is Featherhoof, and welcome back to another live stream of Tales of Arise. Maybe the final episode? Possibly? I looked up a walkthrough, like the index of a walkthrough, to see exactly where I was in the story, and like, I'm pretty much like right near the end. So it's like, this might be the last episode. I'm not sure. But we'll see. We are currently in Lenegus, where the things went down, all the stuff went down 300 years ago. And now Alphen and Shion got themselves some nice new outfits. Probably my favorite outfits in the game. Just like, look at this. Look at that. Oh yeah, and since last time, Shion and I went out, between episodes, Shion and I went out to do something. Hey, Shion, break out Lucille. That's right! I had to go get it. I had to grind for it. Because it's just fucking ridiculous and I love it. So I had to get that weapon just so I can make it a skin. It's not the most powerful weapon, but at least I'm using it as a skin because it's just too funny to me. That is Lucille, and that is going to just destroy everything, I hope. But she also has an awesome outfit, too, so. Other than that, I got a couple new pieces of weapon. I got her shield. Everyone's got, like, the best weapon available to them currently. So, I'm going to see how well that works for me as we, walk from here. We landed off here, we're picking up right from here. And we're moving on. Also, well, wait, check Featherhoof. Make sure you did not miss any of the shinies. We must make sure we have all the shinies. Any shinies under the staircases or anything? Nope. Okay. No. Exactly, Cyro. No, this is the Forbidden Zone. Not to be mistaken by the the zone of the similar name in Planet of the Apes. Not that Forbidden Zone. Ooh. Wee! And come on, where's all the shinies, man? I want the shinies. I feel cheated. I want shinies. Oh. What we got here? Boss fight? Already we starting with a boss fight?
Door, all right. This might finally be it. The heart of the beast.
We'll find the Renis Alma and the Red Woman inside, right?
Maybe.
After everything we've been through to get here, they damn well better be.
Ah, shit, I forgot to check my arts to make sure.
We'll probably be needing you to open this one for us, Sovereign.
Go for it, Alphen.
So far, no. She hasn't really even spoken. She just sort of shows up and, like, her eyes, she gets the black eyes and just looks at you. That's about all she's ever done.
This is it, guys. Time to see what secrets are in store.
Ooh, there's secrets in the store? How much are they? Are they on sale? Are the secrets on sale? Okay, good. Hold on, before we get going. I think I messed with some arts because I was doing some I was trying to play out some matches in the training arena, and I had to turn some stuff back on. Now I want to turn stuff back off to make sure I keep just the light-based ones. Light-based and non-elemental based. Because we are still... Well, I'll keep toxicity on because it's toxic, but... I want poison. Poison's always good. Even if it is dark-based. Well, boop, 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 boop. Oh wait, no, that's one I keep on. Good. She doesn't have any normal. Oh, she does. She's just piercing roar. Wait, no. I think Earth is also good. Oh yeah, definitely turn off darkness. Turn off your darkness spells. Boop. Oh wait, that's just his... Oh, screw it. I'll keep everything up on him. That's just his mystic art. Okay. Wait, do I have any... Do you have any, like, light elemental? There's one. What do we got here? Lightning thrust. Oh, I already have that on. Okay. How many when I'm already up in the air? Any light or lightning based? No. Okay. Alright, Rinwell. Counting on you. Oh, hello.
We're a long way from the residential quarters now. It looks completely different.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, this place... It reminds me more of being back inside the wedge.
Except the Danon astral energy feels even stronger here.
In a portion of the city reserved purely for the Renin Sovereign.
Maybe he just has strange tastes?
This place looks like it has been here for quite some time now. If its design were a matter of personal preference, we would be talking from centuries ago. Or perhaps even further back. Still, this isn't the sort of decadence of taste spoken of in artistic circles. So what is it then?
Hold up, decadence?
Gross.
Artistic circles?
When a preference is indulged to its extreme, it descends into kitsch, eccentricity for the sake of it. I'd be happy to illuminate you further.
That depends. Does it involve you buying me lunch?
The void that art fills isn't the stomach, it's the soul.
Okay, look at Kisara's
I'll
face.
let you know the next time my soul starts to rumble.
Now all we need is something to fill up the void inside your head.
Shut up!
Oh, goodness. Love it. Oh, do I need anything? Nope. Let's see if this is a nice little save. Just to start off, be on the safe side. Any shinies? Oh, no shinies. Meh. Cutscene? Cutscene!
Volron! He really was still alive.
And there's the Renis Alma. Then, is this another spirit channeling ceremony?
Wait, though. Something doesn't seem right here.
Once more, the powers must be united. Born from the fires of chaos, the world does seek its rightful state.
What are we, in control right now?
In the heart of Renna, at the shrine of the true sovereign.
What has happened to him? He's lost himself, reduced to a mere cog in the machine.
Told you.
Hey, look! Over there!
I would say that's probably what
Isn't that
why we didn't see the
Maiden's
sovereigns
crest?
around.
Can it be that this entire chamber is meant to act as a substitute for the maiden?
It looks
Wow.
like it's still running, but Are we already too late to stop the ceremony?
Only one way to find out. Stabbity death. Right
That's
there.
what
That
caused
guy.
Lenegis' transformation. And the purpose of the ceremony must have been to drain all the astral energy out of Dana.
But for what purpose?
Stop talking and just cause Stabbity death until something
Possibly need
happens.
astral energy on that sort of scale.
I don't know. But whatever it is, I'll bet it's connected to those visions of oblivion. Regardless, we cannot stand by and let them steal Dana's energy. That said, we should retrieve the Renis Alma.
Hey!
Right now,
It's time
we
for a
need that
banhammer! Hey!
He's not gonna lunge at us out of nowhere, right?
Not the time, Lord.
Banhammer!
The Red Woman! So we finally
Hi.
found you. I have a lot of questions for you.
Wait!
What?
They all have the same face? How is that even possible?
Triplets! Hi. Nice armor.
What is this?
Who the hell are they?
It can't be. Are they even people?
It's hard to know for sure, but I think they're the true rulers of Rena.
Hi. Level 48.
Particularly tough.
Great.
It's no use, Alphen. If we don't fight, we may as well be sitting ducks here.
Good point.
Okay, I'm just gonna wail on him then. Ow, damn it.
In a bind?
Good fighting does nothing. Got it.
This one's mine.
Still love blah 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 magic. Ow. Much appreciated. Ah, ow. Nope, 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 nope. Nope. Oh, wait, is it armor? Are they armorized? Yeah, doesn't look like it.
This isn't looking good.
Ah, crap.
I'm going to need to use
I'm going to need to use some healing.
all the power of my healing arts to accomplish this.
Double demon fang.
Damn it, it ran out before I could finish. Nope. They ain't doing much, are they? Ah, crap, they're over limited. Oh, hi! How are you doing?
This one's mine.
Here I come. Dragon form. The flame inside me.
Hey, Snow! What's happening? Damn, I should have done that from the side so I could hit all three.
I'm out of ammo. I'm all stuffed up.
You're mine.
How about here? Let me help. That'll bring you down.
Here I come. Blue escape.
I thought I had that lined up perfectly. Ah,
To accomplish this.
I can carve through armor.
thank you, Shion. Getting out of there.
Blue escape. It's on. Dragon form.
Ah, damn it. Uh-oh, what'd he do?
Blue escape.
Uh-oh. Over limited again. Shion, why did you stand there and take that? Oh, crap. Oh, I thought that was going to hit me. You know what? Sorry, I like you and all, but let's get some double healing going on.
Dragon Swarm! Double Demon Fang!
Shion, go ahead. Do it. Ow! Fuck. Oh, wow. Ooh.
Dragon Swarm! Dazzle!
I just realized we went through like the halfway point and did not get the prompt. Nope. Ah crap, they're overlimiting it again. Ah! Whoa! Ah crap. Yes, Rinwell, stand there and take that. That was brilliant of you. Okay, we're getting there. Yeah, Dragoon is not exactly the most, you know, like, difficult class to play, but it's still one of the most fun to play, in my opinion. Ah, crap. Oh, there we go.
My natural defenses are...
Way to go, Shion.
I'm a sitting duck.
Retreat from the stop.
Retreat? I would never.
Got it.
I've used too much.
Well, badger bees do, yes. Ah, Dolim. Oh, doesn't realize. Oh, god damn it. No, don't bring it back from Death's Abyss. You're gonna waste CP on that. Oh, she's doing it.
You picked the wrong fight. Here I come. We're not done. Dance on the wind. Be still. Down on the ground. You're mine. No escape.
Eat it. Eat it.
Dance on the wind.
Almost there. But almost there.
Dragon Swarm.
Now you see what I can do.
Ah, crap.
Demon Fang.
Where are they going? Oh, hi! Oh, hi! They're doing a big try. Oh, God. Oh, boy. Is that it? Okay, that's it. Okay. Here we go! Almost there! Leave Shion alone!
Can't get out of this.
This one's got your name on it!
There we go! Get the Renins to defeat the Renin. Dolim, the battle's over! Calm yourself!
Surrender. Fighting is useless now.
Do you think it's really over?
Astral energy. Watch out! They've got something up their sleeve!
They're casting Kamikaze! Oh, they're casting Kamikaze. Okay.
What? It's self-destructed?
Alphen!
Told you.
I'm okay. Just a little roughed up.
Now go over to that Vol run and cause some stabbity death.
You had me worried there.
That is a fun fight, Snow. I'll tell you that. I hope you enjoy it. And I hope your tank knows exactly when to use the limit break.
Who said you could touch that?
Me. I said it.
Damn it! He's awake! I should have thought as much. So you know this place? Naturally. It was built for me, after all.
Oh.
We'll save that for another time. More pressing is how I'm going to tear you apart.
Oh, that worked out so well for you
After all
last
this
time.
You still insist on hating me? You cut me down. Sovereign or not, you will pay for that.
You want me to do it again? I'll do it again. Don't make me do it again.
You're obviously broken.
I couldn't.
You can't even move right now.
Oh, I was glad I went and got that.
Did you really think that such a petty device could hold me?
Are you going to claim it's because you're a ruler? Be it sovereigns or lords. In the end, they're all titles given by someone else.
Oh my god, I
Plus,
love it.
What kind of ruler would spend all his time chasing Alphen, who happens to be another sovereign?
Idle prattle. I proved my worth and the Sovereign's powers were granted to me.
Were they really? We already know the title of Sovereign doesn't denote royalty. It is but an overblown codename for those with a designated part to play in these proceedings. You mentioned before that you're not
Alphen's
the
like,
only one
I'm right
stolen
here.
from Dana, correct?
Yeah. There were countless. And every one of them besides me died.
Wrong, everyone. That should have been
All of those
everyone, not
failed
everyone.
experiments, and they still kept going back to Dana. There must have been some vital reason their subject had to specifically be a Danan. Then there were the records we found in the library. For you
Light
and
elemental
Volva.
affinity?
They were locked 300 years apart, and yet the data they took from you was exactly the same. Which leads us to a single conclusion.
Clone.
Then you mean Boran was kidnapped just like Alphen?
Or that.
But then he became a...
A slave from Dana. Just like us. Isn't that right, Voron?
So he posed as a Renin and caused all that suffering to his own people?
How could you? If you knew the pain
Shits
of
and
being
giggles?
a slave, why would you inflict that upon others?
Shits and giggles.
Renin and Dana are meaningless distinctions. Me and everyone else. That is all that matters. I will stand above all others and take what is rightfully mine, starting with this.
The red woman said no. Not without my permission.
Red woman.
Another one?
Give your master back on Rena this message. No one makes a fool of me. Let them know I'll make them suffer.
Okay. Email sent.
Don't do it!
She gonna do it. She did it.
Serenus Alma!
Yay! Booms! I like booms.
You can't stay here!
We need to go. Alphen!
Oops. Do a double jump and an air dash. You'll make it. Double jump and air dash. Your sovereign commands you to jump. Whee! Hey, guys, you mind giving a hand? What a face. Love how they all, the four of them just stood there like, ah, he's got it.
But no, I will be your shadow no matter where you try to run.
He's clearly struggling, but he's got it.
Never forget, I am the one who devours everything.
No, that's Shion.
Neither spirit nor man. My word is law. I am.
What was that? I missed that last
you
part
two
on account of
okay?
you being on fire.
Yeah. We'll be fine.
Is Volron... Have we finally seen the last of him?
We can but hope.
Those red women. What the heck was their deal?
Could they be the ones behind all this? The same ones who put those soldiers in Faria in a trance?
Maybe.
What? Those brainless things? Either way, they've done a runner with the Renaissance. Damn it, that's the second time now.
He can count to
Whatever's stolen
2.
from us, we'll steal it back. The future's ours to protect. And right now, those things are what's standing in our way.
You love hero speeches.
We can head them off at
Holy
Rena.
shit.
Did you say Rena?
Volron mentioned a master of theirs holed up in the motherland somewhere.
If that monstrous form's their true identity, I shudder to think who they take orders from.
Yeah. There's a good chance it's not human. That's for sure.
So this thing over on Rena, that's what's really behind all this, huh?
They have the Renaissance in their grasp already, so it's unlikely they'll have cause to return to Dana. I agree that Rena's our best shot.
Okie dokie.
Then we're agreed. Let's head back to the starship.
Okie the dokie.
But seriously, I was not expecting Volron to
Whee!
actually
Level
be
ups!
here.
He seemed to care not one whit about Renans or Danans.
Yeah, and not in a good way
Yeah.
like with us.
You know why? Because he said that. It didn't seem that way. He said that.
I didn't see that coming about Volron. As for those red women, to think they were monsters all along.
Tell me about it. One minute they look perfectly human. Next thing you know, they're not actually human at all.
They definitely weren't Renan or Danon. I'm not even sure language would get through to them.
So what were they then? Human Zoogle hybrids?
Is the most terrifying thing anyone said all day.
How about you, Shion? Doily? You ever seen anything like that before?
No, never. However, if they're the same as the Red Woman we've seen with Volron, I think it's safe for us to assume they understand our language at the very least.
I had
Maybe.
just so much I wanted to ask them. About Rena. And Shion's thorns.
They're not the talky type, though.
Unfortunately, they blew themselves up before we got the chance. Why would they do such a thing, though? To take us with them? Or in order to keep something hidden?
Or
Both sound
why not
plausible
both?
to my ears. They took off with the Renaissance too, remember?
Yeah, they did. And the next time we meet them, we're going to make sure they tell us everything they know.
It wasn't there... Wasn't there a Healy thing? Like the little spire of light? Ooh, that noise. Oh, let's just do this. Oh, I can't fast travel. I was gonna say, let's just fast travel out here. Oh, oops, nope. That ain't happening. Okay. Anything else up here? Negatory. Hello? Anyone left? Anyone want to have their face murderized? I'm fairly decent at that. You know, if they kind of wish they would have just taken me to it. If I can't fast travel, it was just, you know, what's the point of just traveling back through here? There's no enemies, no nothing. Hello? Anything? Anything at all? Guess not. Oh. Music stopped. Oh, it changed. Ah, douche nozzles! Who wants to die today?
Let's dispose of the trash.
Whee! Hey, where'd he go? He got shot off sideways. What was that about? Ah, ow! Stupid doggo.
Everyone, get back! It's too dangerous!
I'll do what I want. You can't stop me.
Leave the ensnaring to me.
Yeah, and pummeling to me.
I'm not done. I'm not done.
Eh.
Be still.
Got him.
In a bind. On guard.
Got him.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. My turn. No escape. Be still.
Now!
All yours, Kisara.
Not a chance. Double demon fang. Coming through. Ha! Now. Scarlet and
He dead.
this is the power of the blazing sword.
More level ups. Hell yeah. Ooh, that's right. SPs. I forgot about that. Yes, please. Yes, please. You know what? While I'm here, let's just do this. Screw it. Get more parts and stuff. Hello.
I'll do my best.
You're mine. The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Ha! You picked the wrong fight.
We're like trying to keep up with a wall!
Escape.
Take this.
I'm going to need
Ha 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 ha! Hey, Angel, that's what's happening, bro.
I'll trip it up.
Uh-oh.
I don't have much left. Illuminate the top!
I'm not gonna try harder. My turn.
Now or never.
Be still. Force blast. Hurricane thrust. Take this.
Damn it.
I'll take you all on.
Blah.
Flare Demolisher.
You're mine.
Ah, crap. Missed me.
Dragon Swarm.
You're a fool. You missed me because you saw it.
This ends now!
Consider yourself finished. My turn.
This one's mine.
Strike. Dragon
Lunar
Swarm.
corruption!
Make it rain.
Kisara. Commander of Heaven. My turn. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Oh, he did. Love it.
I feel sprightlier than before.
All right, everyone's 45. That's a good number. 3 levels under what the last boss was, but I'll take it. Almost at the exit. I don't want to use another orange gel or pineapple gel or anything like that. We're like that close. Know what I mean? Okay. These next two ones I can just dodge, so it's not a big deal. Missed me. Alright, doggos, no touchy. No touchy, doggos. I'm busy. I got things I gotta do. And mucking about with you ain't one of those things. It's nighttime!
What the? When did it get pitch dark all of a sudden?
The lights are all out. Think it has something to do with the explosion back in the Forbidden Zone? Joe?
You two.
Faria, Avakir. Thank goodness you're safe.
Avakir filled me in about everything. About how I ambushed you all.
Yes,
She
I
doesn't
will
remember
accept
a thing.
apology only in
So
the
she
form
really
of
was
cheesecake.
being controlled.
He told me about Tarnigan, too. Is it true?
What difference does it make? What's done is done.
Stop casting me off, just for once!
Faria, not now. It can wait. Dohalim, Lenegus is in grave peril.
Oh, hey, Blackfoot!
So I can see.
Hey, Joler!
It's the city's core reactor. It's damaged. Some of the basic systems we've managed to keep online, but complete restoration still a way off.
You're an elite technician, though. You can fix it, right?
If so, then what's the problem?
Panic's begun to set in among the citizens. Until now, whenever something like this happened, the Sovereign would issue a decree.
You mean something like this
But
happens
time, not
pretty
so much as
often?
a peek.
What?
Any longer and we run the risk of riots breaking out before we can get things back up and running.
Forget the Sovereign. I doubt you'll be hearing from him anytime soon.
What's that supposed to mean? Do you know something I don't?
Yes, lots of things.
Suffice it to say, the Sovereign isn't the kind of ruler we thought he was. That is, if he ever even existed, which is looking doubtful at this stage.
Are you out of your mind?
Yes.
If people knew
But
that
what does
a
that have
lord
to do with
such as
anything?
yourself was whispering such blasphemy, they'd...
There's no time to explain now. It sounds like we need to find a way to keep Lenegus from spiraling out of control.
We need to stop that riot.
But how do we do that?
Killing everyone.
Riots feed on discontent.
I mean, if that
and
no one's
unrest,
there, no
right?
riots can happen.
So if we want to keep the peace, we just need to put people's minds at ease.
At ease. Like by letting them hear directly from someone they trust. That's it. Who's the highest ranking person in Lenegus right now?
You?
Lenegus wouldn't have a next in line. After all, you said the Sovereign rules over everyone directly, right?
Correct. The closest thing to an authority figure would be a lord. And the only one left is... Ah. Very well then.
He got there eventually. You're
Avakir,
tall!
you mentioned a few facilities were still online. Which ones?
Why are you so tall?
Why hasn't the Sovereign said anything?
Please.
Because he doesn't like the smell of your feet.
What's going on?
Is it over? What's going to happen to all of us?
Heed me now, fellow Renans of Lenegus. It is I, Lord Dohalim Ilkaris of Eldermen and Sia.
Hi!
Look, up there! It's Lord Dohalim!
Hold on! He should be in the crown contest! Shouldn't he? Why isn't the Sovereign talking to us?
Because you're too bald.
The Sovereign is seeing to other matters right now. In my capacity as Lord, I speak to you in his stead. You're afraid. As people so often are when faced with the unknown. I hope you'll allow me to put your fears to rest. The city's core reactor has experienced a malfunction. However, we have our top engineers attending to the matter, and things will soon be back to normal. I know that you feel abandoned, perhaps more scared and alone.
Oh yeah, you're right.
But I ask you all to keep one thing in mind. You are Lenegus, not the Lords and Sovereign. The solidarity of its citizens is the mortar that holds it together. If we don't allow ourselves to be distracted by our differences, if we put our hearts and minds together and stand as one, I am confident we will find new hope. I would be honored to stand with you. not as a person of loftier rank, but as another
Oh
human
my
being
god, the
among men.
bluntness of this game, I swear to God.
I hope that you'll lend me your strength, for if we can persevere as one.
Am I the only person who thinks that the writer of this game, their definition of subtlety involves like a mallet?
Your speech seems to have done the trick. Looks like the city won't be descending into chaos after all.
Apparently his
I only
words
pray
turned
the
the
relief
lights
will tide
back
the
on.
city over for the time being.
What you said earlier, about the Sovereign possibly not even existing, was it true?
It's still too premature to say with any certainty, but I believe so. This whole time, this world we've been fed was a lie, built on nothing but falsehoods.
Yeah,
But
tends to happen.
it can't all have been...
I can believe it. After everything I saw in the Forbidden Zone, what they did to Faria, it's the only explanation that makes sense.
But what about hierarchy, Avakir? Authority? The very foundations of Renan society? How can we live without someone to guide us?
I'd say we found someone capable of doing just that, wouldn't you?
No.
You? You can't be serious.
I have business I must take care of first. But once everything is over, I shall return.
Yay!
But not as your sovereign, nor as a leader the likes of which the people here are used to, I think.
But how else do you propose to rule?
I'm not sure yet. All I have is a feeling that here in Lenegis, a new dawn is on the verge of breaking.
Yeah, good luck with that.
One in which people won't be judged by birthright or on the power of their astral lives,
Deep-seated
but
zealotism
on other
doesn't go
things.
away that easily.
More important things. Things like, oh, I don't know, musical talent, for example.
When I bumped into you after all those years, I said you were no different. But I was wrong. Truth is, you were always different.
So then, therefore, he wasn't any different, because he was always different.
I feel
so you
like-
were correct.
Like, maybe now I can finally begin to accept Tarnigan's death. To see a future.
You go finish whatever it is you've got to do. I'll hold down the fort here in Lenegis till you get back.
Thank you.
I guess you're not going to make it to Menancia for the foreseeable future, huh?
Indeed. Forgive me.
They're gonna have to maintain a long-distance
The
relationship.
people of Elda Menancia can look after themselves just fine. It's the ones here on Lenegis who need someone to guide them. Besides, with you leading the people here, it'll help spread the idea of coexistence beyond Menancia's borders that much faster.
Again, good luck with that.
Sounds like you're in it for the long haul.
How could I not be, after the second chance that I've been granted? From this day forth, I shall dedicate myself to the future inhabitants of this world. Though the memories of the departed shall remain forever in my heart.
Remember, you're going to be leading the people here, not ruling them.
True enough. Whatever would I do without you, Kisara?
With or without her, I suspect you're gonna have your hands full when the time comes.
I
We
think
should
you're
be
gonna have
heading
your
back
hands
to the
full
ship.
with her,
Business
yeah.
on Rena awaits.
Hey, Shadowtail, what's happening, Bo? Game. Oh, skill panel, yay. Who? Dohalim, Renan leader. Voice. Is that a skill? It is. Oh, Ground Dasher! There we go. Fuck yeah. Ooh, two really good ones.
Looks like the people of Lenegis can rest easy.
I couldn't have done it without your words of encouragement, Law.
Hey, you're the one who made the speech.
I think everybody can share the credit here.
In one sense, When all is said and done, perhaps I have been a slave this whole time too.
You, a Renan Lord? How do you figure that exactly?
I was complicit in the Renan system.
Wait, so you mean Dohalim, as tall as he is still shorter than
Resigned to
2?
being swept along, without the
Goddamn.
resolve to take a stand. And
2
when
is
I
like
realized
6'2".
the severity of my mistake, all I longed for was punishment. A lord. And yet my first instinct was to place my fate in the hands of others.
I think I can relate. I couldn't stand watching my people bow and scrape their way through life, but I didn't know what else I could do about it either.
Stabbity
The
death.
ability to think for yourself and be your own master. That's what separates a slave from a free person. At least, that's what
A
Law's
man
dad Zephyr
chooses,
used to say.
a slave
Zephyr taught me how to
obeys.
fight. But in doing so, he also taught me how to live.
Even if it means stumbling along the way. If it's on a road of our own choosing, free of regret. Why, that's the road of freedom. Or, to put it another way, so long as his
that's all
heart is
Shadowtail.
compromised, even the loftiest of kings is no freer than a slave. I think I finally understand now. This Zephyr character sounds like he was a wise man indeed. I only wish I could have met him.
There's just so much I wish I could ask him, especially now. I wonder, have I been correctly carrying on the torch that he passed to me?
Maybe. Oh, God damn it.
How long have you known?
Known what?
About the darkness I carry inside me. You seem to have been aware of it.
Did he
for
just say
quite
the
some time
darkness?
now.
Why ask me now? What does it matter?
Sounds like the VO,
yes,
the
I
VA
have.
went and
I've
bit their
pretty
tongue
much
when they
known
said
that
dark.
something was gnawing
darkness.
at you ever since we left Menancia.
So basically since
Hi,
the very
Ellie.
start of our journey then. Just when I thought I couldn't feel more ashamed.
Leave the past where it belongs. We have no need for it now. You're forging ahead. That's what matters. If my brother could see you, he'd be proud.
Not as proud as he would be of his sister, I'm sure.
Well then, just as well it's not a competition, huh?
Ugh. Oh, God damn it. Doing fine. How about yourself?
Kisara? Anyone at home in there?
Sorry. Did I look distracted?
Little bit, yeah.
Among other things. To be entirely honest, I couldn't tell whether you were smiling or frowning.
Or both.
You were thinking about Dohalim, weren't you?
That obvious, huh? I was just thinking
We
how
all
good it
know
is
what
see
you
him
want to do
moving
with
forward at
Dohalim.
last.
It's not a secret.
It was always so infuriating, knowing how capable he could be if he just put his mind to it. A prisoner trapped in a cage of his own self-doubt. But now, he's finally beginning to spread his wings. I'm happy for him.
So,
Are you, though?
then why do you look so sad?
Oh, I don't know if I'd say sad. There's a bittersweetness to it, I guess. It's good and strange, knowing that he won't be needing me anymore. It probably sounds weird, doesn't it? I have this massive worry off my mind. I should be jumping up and down for joy, right?
Must be that maternal instinct of yours at work.
Rinwell's right.
Oh, God. Look at
You're
Hoodle's
like a mother
eyes. What is
bird,
going on
finally
there?
letting go as her child takes his first shaking and
It's
nervous
like, I'm
flight
going
from the
to
nest.
eat your head.
A pretty big child.
That's one way to look at it.
Damn.
I wouldn't like to see Dohalim's face if he heard you say that. All this has made me realize I can't allow myself to become a prisoner of my own making like he was. If Dohalim can forge his own path ahead, then I can too. I won't be left behind.
Okay. Let's see. Now, where am I? Okay, still can't fast travel, but I can go over here.
What do you say we check back in on the ranch?
Fine, fine, fine. Excuse me. Okay, everyone's good to go. Yep, nothing new. All right. You! Need rest now. Yes. Oh, excuse me. Resist cooking effect by 30% once remaining. I don't even know what that means. Double ingredients. Defense up. Attack up. So that would be nice, especially with Rinwell doing all the damage right, around this area. You know, let's make a hamburger. Screw it.
Hey, that actually...
A hamburger for everybody. Everybody gets hamburgers. I get a cheeseburger though, because those are tastier. Oh, before we go too far, I better give it a little savor shade. Where? I wonder if that lady is still standing over there waiting for Dohalim to tell her that it's okay to go through that hallway. I wonder how you get up there. Or if I even could. Yeah? Where are we? Oh yeah, that guy up there. Still can't put out that fire, I see. Boing. Eh? Man, these guys suck at putting out little fires. They have the weakest water magics ever! Is that lady still here? Nope, she left. Okay. She got tired of waiting for Dohalim to come back. Here we go! So has the blunder busted anyone else? What?
I thought we'd find answers on Lenegis, but we just ended up finding more questions.
You can say that again. And now we have more problems to fix too. Like figuring out how to reform Lenegis.
That can wait for now. We've got more than enough on our plates to deal with as it is. Like figuring out who's really running the show on Rena.
I think it's Carnage Panda.
Yeah. Which is why we're going to the Renan homeworld.
We're gonna have to go down there and beat his
All
ass.
the answers
Sorry,
we've been
Panda.
looking
Gotta go
for
down there
are
and beat
on
your
that
ass.
planet. The person responsible for all this. The Red Woman and the Renaissance. The answers have to be there. Are we prepared to finally find them?
No. Oh, they said yes, so I guess we are.
So, what do we do first when we get there?
We
Kill
know
shit.
nothing about the Renan homeworld or what we might face once we arrive. We should get a feel for how things are on the ground before
Mr.
we take any
Space.
serious steps.
It's also entirely possible that the first thing we're going to face is an attack.
If we come across a capital, we should...
Hi.
What?
They said no. Like, stop! You're not allowed. Look, I didn't like the white color scheme, but I didn't want it to be purple either. Oops! Well. So much for that. I don't think they meant for that to happen.
Damn! The hell just happened?
Our course has been altered. The coordinates are pointing to a different destination.
What's that?
The ship's controls aren't accepting my commands. The engine is being shut down.
Oops!
That's bad, right?
Quite bad. We've lost control of the ship.
It's all
And
of
we're
this the
dead.
Red Women's doing?
Are they trying to finish us off before we can land?
Everyone, look there!
What? What am I looking at? What? Ooh. Planets. Ooh, it's all multicolored. Oh! Rena is fucked! Unicron got to it. Uh-oh. Unicron came up and just like bit into it like an apple. Oh, hello. It is, yes, Tyro. It's a big space flower.
A flower blooming out of Rena?
But that flower looks like it's absorbing all of Dana's energy.
And it appears Lenegis is serving as a conduit for that energy to reach here. Could that have been its true purpose all along?
You really didn't figure that out.
That's true. Do you think the people back on Lenegis are all right?
We can only pray that they are.
Damn it! Haven't they taken enough already? When is this going to end?
Hopefully in the next, 2 to 3 hours.
Flower of Oblivion.
With everything that's happening, we need to get back to Lenegis. Is the ship still offline?
Unfortunately, yes.
You couldn't tell by the blaring alarms?
Dormant.
Can you fix it?
Starships are extremely complex machines. One wrong move while we're out here in space could very well cost us our lives.
So what? We're just stuck inside here, floating around? For how long?
Forever.
I don't believe this. We've made it all this way, and now we're stuck here? We're watching Dana die before our eyes, and we have no choice but to sit here and starve to death?
Law, calm down! You're not the only one who's worried here.
Right. Sorry.
It's still too early to give up. There has to be a way to get out of this.
Alphen.
Quick, use a plot device. There it is.
Now what?
Incoming plot device.
The starship, it's back online?
No, this is different. Something is pulling our ship in towards it.
Oh, hey, it's Lenegus. Hi. Didn't we just leave it? Sorry, I know we just left, but we forgot something. We had to come back.
We managed to get moving, but where are we?
It looks like Lenegus in here.
Do you think we might run into more Renans here? Or those red women?
Perhaps. Someone brought us here. The question is, who?
We haven't been ambushed, so that probably means they aren't hostile. Still, why would anyone want to bring us here?
Because they need more people for their D&D campaign.
Shion. If they wanted to attack us, they could have done so while we were back on the starship. We should see where this path takes us.
No, it's a giant space siphon. Oh. Yeah, damn it.
Boo! Ah! What the? Are you out of your mind? This isn't the
Yes.
time for games, Rinwell.
Oh, come on. How am I supposed to resist with you looking all jittery like that?
It's called experiencing feelings appropriate to the situation. You ought to try it sometime.
Yeah, but seeing you act all nervous, you're making me start to feel nervous too.
Oh, sorry.
Staying alert is important, but
Did he
too
go?
much
Did he
caution
go
can
Shaggy
cloud
on
your
that one?
judgment. Try to strike a balance.
Sorry. Oh, Jesus.
I still can't get over what we saw happening outside the starship.
Yeah, our planet's really not doing too hot right about now.
I've only ever seen Rena from
Just
the
flip the
surface of
lever in
Dana,
reverse,
so
and
I figured
everything
it
will be
was just
fine.
another round planet like ours. Still, though, I never would have imagined Rena actually looked like that. And what's the deal with that giant flower coming out of it?
Beats me. I have absolutely no clue.
So are we going to have to go over there and
so
deflower
surreal.
Rena?
Looks like a broken egg or something.
Rena and Dana. We were taught that both worlds were spherical bodies that floated amongst the stars in the heavens. But to think that they lied to us not only about the Sovereign and the Crown contest, but also the form of our own planet.
Dohalim.
That's his name, don't wear it out.
Okay, who's the wise guy that summoned us here?
Someone formidable enough to bring our starship along with us.
They must be here somewhere. Let's find them.
Okay, after
that
this.
beam of light joining Dana and Rena. It was the Renan side that it first came from, right?
Yes.
That's what it looked like. And then the Danon side responded.
Perhaps it was some kind of directive from the Renan homeworld? To reawaken the Wedge and Lenegus?
Which would mean that whoever's behind all this is on Rena after all. But what are they after? Is it really worth going through all this trouble just to steal Dana's energy?
Yes,
Try to stay
so that they
calm.
can make cheesecake.
With so many
They can't
factors
make
we don't
cheesecake on a planet
understand,
like that.
Dwelling on it won't get us anywhere. What is it?
No, it's just... Zephyr once told me the same thing. So much for me making progress, huh?
You made it this far, didn't you? You notice something, you change it. That's all anyone can do. But you can't stand still in the meantime.
She said as they were standing still. Shinies? Any shinies? Oh, wait, what? Lower, okay. Central? Okay. We go to Central. Okay, it wants us to go there. So, what's on upper? Okay, nothing. Damn it. Any things like items or shinies? Come on, where's the shinies? And the items. Come on. Those are the... That's the things I want. I want. I want. I take it.
This place looks a lot like that room we saw back in the Forbidden Zone.
Huh? What's that?
a pod with a person.
It's one of those!
A red woman in disguise. Or is this their true form?
So it was a trap?
All right, here we go. I'll beat its ass. No. Let's go back to the plan of beating ass. I like that one.
It doesn't look like it can move.
Yeah, go touch it.
Tell me, are you the one who brought us here?
That is correct. It is unusual for me to have unexpected guests these days.
Okay.
It can talk.
What are you?
Hevrecht 35.
What a
Hevrecht
beautiful name.
35. Is that your name?
Correct.
What is this
So what
place?
happened to Hevrex 1 through
Wait,
34?
before that, just what exactly are you? Are you somehow associated with the Red Women?
Before I answer, I have a question for you. How did you all arrive in this sector?
We did not come to this place by choice. Our ship was brought here against our will, by a group of red women who can shift into the same form as you.
In that case, we can assume my brethren who serve the Great Spirit have deemed you all to be a threat most grave.
What do you
Yay!
mean, sir?
I'm a threat!
Are you saying there really is someone more powerful than the Red Women, pulling their strings?
What did you do to us?
I examined your bodies. You have not been harmed in any way.
Thank you?
Identifiers detected. The Sovereign and Maiden are among you. However, you aren't under its control. I see why they viewed you as a danger now.
Oh, goody. More riddles.
Do you think we can trust this thing?
That wasn't a riddle, that was a statement.
It may be our best chance at a ticket out of here. Let's at least hear it out.
I shall now answer your questions. We are Helganquil.
Oh! Okay.
The red women you encountered previously are a form of disguise we employ from time to time, but not our true form.
Helganquil?
You are on Dake Phasal, a celestial base which drifted here by accident.
Oh!
The will of Rena's great spirit no longer reaches us here. Since my sudden separation from the Great Spirit's influence, I have used any and all means to extend my lifespan. As I have done so, I have also set out to monitor and research Rena and Dana from this position.
And how'd that go?
A question. What is this great spirit of which you speak? Is it something that rules over your kind?
Correct. The great astral spirit is a large mass of astral energy that fills all of Rena, one with its own will, a voice we cannot refuse.
Have you tried?
Just like Dana.
The voice of the great spirit speaks to our hearts directly, and we have served it without question throughout the ages.
That's sort of a
Does that
theme
mean
going
it
on
was
here, serving
controlling
without
our
question.
minds?
Wait a second. Could this great spirit be the true sovereign of Rena?
The true ruler of Rena. It could be the same thing that's controlling Volron.
Wait, back up. You're telling us this great spirit of yours is the one that ordered you things to harvest the astral energy from Dana? I'm not sure I believe that.
Why not? We've already made contact with the will of Dana back in the Wedge, and in the Forbidden Zone on Lenegus. If Dana has a will of its own, I don't see why Rena wouldn't.
Point.
Maybe not, but think about what you're saying. If Dana has a will like Rena, then that would mean that we've been controlled by the voice of Dana this whole time, just like these things.
Dana's will hasn't been forcing us to do anything.
You don't know
Yeah,
that.
but
That sounds exactly what
Let's
what a
assume that
thrall
what
would
Hevrex
say.
35 claims is true, and that we are indeed cut off from both planets. Even if we had previously been under the control of Dana's will, we would have noticed now that we are disconnected.
Your fear is not.
It kind of is, yeah, Tyro.
The voice of Dana is much smaller and quieter compared to that of Rena's great spirit. Rena's astral energy is amassed at its center, whereas Dana's is shared among all its constituents.
Oh, well, that's nice.
So thinly is that energy spread that it cannot coalesce and formulate a will. Our findings here indicate as much.
Which explains why we felt its will where we did. The wedge and Lenegis are where so much of that energy had been accumulated.
Yes.
The Great Spirit's desire is to consume all astral energy. And the pursuit of that desire is why you see Rena in its current state. As a result, it has turned its attention toward Dana.
Is that why the crown contest is necessary? So that the Great Spirit can feed off of Dana?
Indeed. And it was to that end that we Helganquil devised the crown contest. Had the initial spirit channeling from 300 years ago succeeded, all of Dana's astral energy would have been seized.
Oh, so it's a good thing we fucked up.
But the ceremony failed. Lenegis was severely damaged, and you lost both the Sovereign and the Renasalma.
Correct. A change in plan was required to ensure the spirit channeling's success. However, recreating the Renis Alma required a vast amount of energy. That is why we turned to Dana.
So that was the real purpose behind the crown contest. An efficient means to harvest the necessary energy from Dana.
This is all happening because of me.
No.
Nevertheless, you still haven't answered one of Alphen's original questions. Just why have you brought us here to your base, Hevrecht 35?
First, it was to confirm the identities of you, my unexpected visitors. Second, it was to ascertain whether you would be likely to accept my request.
Thirdly, it is to have a tea party. I've had a tea set forever, and I've not been able to use it until now.
I wish for you all to slay the Great Spirit.
Ask me to cause Stabbity death?
Did you just ask us
yes,
to kill your
please.
master?
I did. It is in your best interest that you do so, I might add.
Yeah.
What makes you say that?
Cause it's trying to eat our world? Are you dim?
Spirit channeling plan. As we speak, Dana's energy is being harvested en masse and transmitted to Rena.
Did Kisara have some kind of like moment of like short-term memory loss?
Before all is lost.
You're saying the destruction we saw earlier is just the beginning? That...
We won't let that happen.
Why do you want us to kill the Great Spirit so badly? Is it to save our world? To free you, Helganquil, from under its control? Why?
No. My primary concern is validating our findings and analysis, which have taken many years to realize.
Okay.
As such, it is my desire to see how your actions impact and change these systems. However, I will not deny that vengeance also plays a part.
Ooh, vengeance. There's a story there.
For what?
In spite of our long service to the Great Spirit, our species is on the brink of extinction.
You mean... you're dying?
Oops.
At this stage, it would be wise for you to talk with the others. Ask them what you need to know. Once you have your answer, return to me. If you agree to help, I shall fix your ship.
And if we don't agree, you won't?
Just how many of you are there?
At least 34 others.
I am the only Helganquil who inhabits Dake Phasal.
But...
Hey! Hey!
It's no use. I think it's done talking to us. Let's take a look around.
He's like, I'm tired. I'm going back to sleep. Find the others. And I shouldn't have wasted that, that nomulation. But I gotta go talk to the... Okay. That's gonna run out before I'm even done with this area.
You can't seriously be buying anything that creature told us, right? I mean, it's practically blackmailing us into doing its
that should be a
dirty
question mark.
To be honest, The conversation went on for so long, I'm not sure I understood all of it. How about you, Dohalim? Were you able to follow it at all?
At the very least, everything it
That wasn't
said
that hard
about
of a
the Renin
conversation to
Great
follow.
Spirit adds up. At the end of the day, this whole chain of events comes back to astral energy. That being said, had we not previously encountered the will of Dana, I suspect I would find its story much more difficult to believe.
The spirit of Rena wants to see Dana completely destroyed.
But why? Astral energy is supposed to be a force that creates and shapes the world.
It doesn't matter.
Because it's like
I don't
Tyro says,
care if
it's
we're up
basically
against the
Galactus.
entire world or what its game
And it
is.
wants to nom nom.
We're not going to let it destroy Dana.
Right.
There is one other thing that concerns me. How the Great Spirit, the Helganquil, and the Crown Contest are all part of a centuries-long plan is clear enough. But what about the Renans? How do they factor into all this?
Now that you mention it, and all that talk, Hevrek 35 never even brought up the Renans once. And as for the Helganquil, we never did find out just what they are either.
Maybe it had a reason for keeping its silence. Or perhaps there's even more going on.
Maybe.
Maybe the others will shed more light on the matter. Let's find out.
Okie dokie. I want shinies. Let's start with the upper levels. Maiden. Hello, others. Where are you, others? Oh. Oh, look, there's our planets. That flower got bigger. Others? Hello? Do you have shinies? That's a pretty background, though. I see nothing in here. There are no others in here. Meh. Oh, I think I found him. But what if there's shinies? Must look for shinies. Shinies? Shinies? Are there shinies? Do you have shinies over here? Why are there no shinies? I want shinies. Computer! Give me shinies! Particularly of the weapon or armor variety. Boing. Hello, others.
What is it?
Oh, my apologies. It's just been so long since I've seen any humans from the outside world.
Are you a Renin?
Oh, yeah, I guess so.
You guess so.
The Overseer told us to answer any questions you might have. Whatever you want to know, we'll tell you as much as we can. But be quick. Our subjects are undergoing a dramatic shift that we don't want to miss.
Where is your supply of cheesecake?
What a weird guy.
He must have meant Hevrek 35 when he mentioned that Overseer.
And what was that about subjects? You don't think he meant Dana and Rena, do you?
Yeah, probably.
There isn't anyone else we can talk to. I guess we should ask around here.
Hello. Put your iPhone down and talk to me.
Have you guys lived up here in Dag Fazel with Hevrek 35 for a long time?
Yes. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head just how long it's been, though. We regularly go into stasis, so our sense of time has gotten rather out of whack over the years.
Why are you all even here in the first place?
Originally, this station was where we worked to perform maintenance on Lenegis from the outside.
We heard that the facility ended up in its current location due to an accident.
Oh, it was terrible. Apparently there was some kind of accident, and when help never arrived, they presumed the entire facility had been destroyed.
And
Well,
you've
that's
been
not
working
very
for Hevrek
nice.
35 ever since?
Well, at first we thought that there was nobody else inside the facility, But then it turned out the Overseer was there all along.
What do you mean?
The Helganquil have the technology to cloak themselves around us Renans.
Right.
As long as they don't do anything obvious, a Renan won't see one, even if it's right in front of them.
Which would explain why Shion and I failed to notice the Red Women previously. Do they employ an astral art of some sort?
I haven't been able to scientifically confirm it for myself, but from what I understand, the type of cloaking they use is primarily achieved through mechanical means. In addition, they also used hypnosis devices and information control to get us to do what they wanted without being detected.
That seems rather underhanded and mean.
It's a pretty sophisticated operation.
They don't even ask
especially
please.
since it avoids any unnecessary conflict. I have to imagine that's how Lenegus is still run.
But aren't
More
the
or less.
Helganquil themselves controlled by the Great Spirit? If so, why aren't Renans affected by it in the same way?
The Great Spirit's mind control only works on Helganquil, so they had to employ other means to manipulate us Renans.
You act like this didn't affect you personally. If I was you, I'd be mad as hell at their deceptions.
I mean, sure, I was surprised when I first found out about it, but it happened so long ago.
Yeah, they don't hold a grudge like you.
Concealing itself, though. Why is that?
Who can say? My guess is it just got bored, or maybe even a little lonely.
Aw, I
Don't
think
you wanna go
Hevrick
back
wants a
home to Rena or
hog.
Lenegus? Our ship is going to be fixed pretty soon. You could ride with us.
No way. If we went back after knowing the truth, they'd either just brainwash us or purge us outright. After all this time, there's nothing to be gained from going back. We've all agreed it'd be best to simply stay here and watch everything unfold instead.
Okay.
Things are going just fine with the Overseer. Not that it'll be around much longer. It can't extend its life any further.
Aw.
That said, I'm sure it's pleased to see the final stage of the plan before it passes on, though.
Doesn't sound that pleased. I mean, it sounds like it wants us to go kill its former master, so that doesn't sound like something that's rather pleased. Wait. The Overseer and I have a lot of lively debates on a whole host of topics: politics, philosophy, science. I always enjoy them. Our perspectives as members of different species are so unique that it makes for intellectually stimulating conversation. I have to imagine the Overseer enjoys them as well. They make for an excellent way to stave off the monotony of Dake Faisal. Hello.
Can we
Tell
talk
me
to you
things.
for a few minutes?
A few
Sure.
minutes?
It's going to be a while before the two planets undergo their next shift, so I can talk until then.
Please, tell us what you know about the Helganquil.
You mean the Overseer's species? I can't say I know much about them.
Well, for starters, where'd they come from?
Where else? From Rena, obviously.
From Rena? Wait, are you telling us those things live right alongside the Renans down there?
Of course not. There's really no such thing as Renans in the first place.
Oh.
Oh, I thought the Overseer explained everything.
Apparently not.
Please, tell us more.
Well, in a nutshell, the Renans were originally created from Danans by the Helganquil.
Created? You're all test tube babies! Congratulations, Renans!
But if that's true, then that would mean there aren't any people on Rena.
You're a
There
quick
aren't,
study, aren't you?
But there are Helganquil. That's what the name literally means in their language. People of Rena.
But what need could they possibly have to create a whole new race of people?
It was a way to
Shits
bolster
and
their
giggles?
dwindling workforce. I trust you're aware that the Helganquil are on the verge of extinction, yes? In essence, we were created to carry on their work for the Great Spirit after they all die. They gathered Danans who had an affinity for astral arts and proceeded from there. That's why we, as their descendants, can all cast arts, albeit to varying degrees.
Let me get this straight. Are you saying Renans were originally created from Danans that the Helganquil kidnapped?
Specifically mage types, apparently.
That explains why almost nobody can use astral arts on Dana now.
Helganquil technology is truly amazing. The way they alter their bodies is far less invasive than your conventional surgeries. They have these tiny machines that are
Whoa,
practically
close up.
invisible, which they insert into their bodies.
Whoa, back it up,
Enough.
buddy.
You needn't tell us anymore.
How can you speak so calmly about all of this?
I guess I can see how, when viewed in a certain light, their ways may sound grotesque. But if you ask me, I think they ultimately did us a favor. They saved us from crawling the earth in ignorance.
True, Tyro, yeah.
If it meant their hands had to get a little dirty in the process, then so be it. Anyway, the Helganquil are the real Renans. Personally, I don't think it's such a big deal. They're also mostly the ones behind what you see going on between the two planets. I think that covers just about everything worth knowing.
I see. Thanks for filling us in.
Does he really expect us to believe that Renans never truly existed? How absurd.
No. He's saying that the Renans are just not what you thought they
I think
were.
we're getting to the bottom of it all.
The
Some new
Conquil are
revelation smacks
Renans.
us in the face.
Then let's hope this is our last revelation for a while.
Nope, still got another guy to talk to. The craftsmanship that the Helganquil display always astounds me. Whether it's the Zugals, us Renans, or anything else for that matter. I have to imagine it will take our kind many generations before we'll arrive at their level of sophistication and expertise. What does this do? It appears to maintain constant monitoring to ensure nothing approaches Dake Faisal. Alright, what's your revelation, dude?
Do you know anything about a spirit channeling plan?
If you mean the first plan from 300 years ago, then yes. Do you know what its main objective was?
Yes. It was to use Lenegis to siphon off Dana's astral energy and send it to Rena.
Exactly. However, there were two problems we had to consider. First was how to collect and send such a large quantity of astral energy without it becoming sentient.
And secondly, how do we get
Second,
cheesecake?
we had to figure out how to convert Dana's energy so it would be compatible with Rena.
Now convert it
I
into
take it the
cheesecake.
solutions to those problems were to use the wedge for the collection, and then the Sovereign and Maiden to convert the energy.
We have a winner. However, the first plan failed when the Sovereign was overwhelmed and became frenzied. The reason for that is because the Maiden lost control. I'm told he slaughtered many Renans in Helganquil that day.
Wow.
For
Where's
the
that
next
power?
plan,
Can we use that?
tried to recreate the Renis Alma, but we didn't have nearly enough of the other non-dark astral energy types. To amend that, we set our sights on Dana and implemented a system whereby we could extract energy from it.
And the crown contest began.
Correct. Since the Maiden had been the failing point in the previous plan, it was decided to replace her role with machinery to avoid further mishaps.
Because machinery
A new
never
Sovereign had
fails.
to be made as well. It was such tremendously difficult work, its success was dubious. But from the look of things, it would appear such worries were unfounded.
So that's what the purpose of that room we found in the Forbidden Zone was.
What about the flower that sprouted from Rena?
Flower? Oh, that thing. That's the physical manifestation of all the astral energy that's been harvested from Dana.
Okay.
As I'm sure you've noticed, it's quite a lot of energy.
Yeah.
At this point,
Yeah,
it's likely that it's become physically integrated with Rena's planetary structure.
Hevricht 35 mentioned that the spirit channeling plan is entering its final stage. Is that true?
It is. I never thought I would live to see the day with my own eyes. And yet here we are.
Hooray!
Are we done talking now?
Let's
If
watch
it's
the
all
extinction
same
of a
to
whole
you,
planet
I'd
worth of
really rather
people.
not miss anything that's about to happen.
He talks like the potential end of the world is just another day on the job.
You've got to remember that these guys have been living alone up here for a long time. Who knows what shape their minds are in?
It's sort of like a, vaguely
Feels like our
roundish
whole world has
shape
been
with like
turned
two
upside
hemispheres
down.
and.
Is there anything we know that's still true at this point?
Seriously, I'm still trying to process the fact that we Renans were created by the Helganquil, let alone the Sovereign and Maiden stuff.
Let's take a moment to gather ourselves. I know all of this is a lot to believe and take in, but I think it's fair to say that we've found the answers we've been looking for. Does everyone agree?
Agreed. Though I'll admit that I never expected it to all boil down to Rena's great spirit being behind everything.
Everything that's happened, everything we've endured, it's all because of astral energy.
Damn, that
To get
astral energy.
The Great Spirit took control of the Helganquil. Then the Helganquil created the Renans, who went on to invade and rule over the Danans.
Plus, the reason the Great Spirit can't directly control the Renans as well is likely because they were originally Danans all along.
Either way, I think it's fair to say we've all had a lot to take in at once. Maybe too much, even. We should probably take it easy and rest our minds a bit. Why don't we all take some time to think things over before we decide on our next move?
No, let's go kill shit.
That's a good idea, Kisara.
No, it's not.
If
Shut
the
up.
Renan Great Spirit really is behind all this, then we've got a really big fight ahead of us. Because it's not just Dana on the line, but Rena too. If we're going to do this,
there's
we
not
need to
much
be
of Rena
completely
left.
sure of ourselves. So let's go ahead and break off for now. We aren't in any immediate danger, so we should be okay. You sure you don't want to be alone right now?
I could ask you the same question.
I figured I'd get all my thinking in while walking around and checking up on everybody.
I'll go
Sure.
along with you.
Sure.
I'm interested to hear what's on everyone's minds too.
No, don't do what I
Sounds
think
good.
you're about to do.
Let's go
Don't.
find them.
Don't do it. Not another one.
Everyone's just gone their own way, huh?
Yeah, let's hit up each spot.
Oh,
Everything we thought we knew. It was all just a fabrication that the Red Women, that the Helganquil made up.
Right. Assuming we can believe anything that Hevrek 35 has told us, that is.
Well,
have some
if the names
faith.
are anything
Jeez.
to go by, it's possible the Helganquil could be behind the fruits of Helgen too.
But if Hevrek 35 was telling the truth, and this was all just one massive lie, does that mean everything we've done up until now has been pointless?
No,
Mid?
I don't think so.
Oh, I mean,
Or
no.
at least I hope not. I think it just means we've lost our foothold for now. That's all.
Really? Well then, if we've lost it, I guess we'll just have to find another. All of us together. And if we can't find one, then we'll make a new one. End of story.
Okay.
Make one, huh? I see. Right then. Count me in.
Hi. So far, things on Dana have proceeded according to plan. I feel honored to witness the final stages of an event generations in the making. I'm keen to see how it will all turn out. Okie dokie. Oh, hello. Oh. If you're feeling tired, I can offer you a place to rest. That is, if you don't mind sleeping in one of our hibernation chambers. No. We're good. Yeah, we're good. It's not even a fight here. Why would I need that? Oh. Hello, Star Nikonila. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello, raiders. How y'all doing? Oh, hello. I heal you. You will be healed. Oh, where did all these people come from? They weren't here a minute ago. You found me collapsed again and helped me back up? Well, I appreciate it. Thanks to you, I can continue to go about my research. Oh, cool. I'll take some happy bottles. Greetings and salutations to all you new folk. How y'all doing? Let's see. Ooh, star.
You both seem awfully calm.
Only because after everything we've seen, we don't have the energy to keep being shocked.
How are you holding up, Rinwell?
This is what we do.
That
It's
whole
like
talk
all
about
that,
the
all
Renans
that
looked
like
like it
gasping.
shook you up a bit.
You know, eventually you just sort of like pass
Yeah.
out.
I get this sinking feeling
Hey,
whenever
bird.
I remember
Hello,
how
the
Dan
ranty
and
bird.
mages like my family were persecuted and died out.
Dude.
And now I finally know why that is.
Yeah,
But I
if
was
you're
thinking,
if you're planning on
Renans
playing it,
end
you
up
should,
living
Nico.
together with
But thank you for
Danans
stopping by.
again,
Thank you for the raid.
Then mages
You have a good
won't
one,
be
though.
such
Thank
an
you so much.
unusual thing to see on Dana anymore, right? I know it's not as simple as all that, but Danans probably won't be so quick to let their guards down. And there might be Renans who still act superior because of their arts.
It wouldn't surprise me. 300 years of bad blood and prejudice isn't going to be an easy thing to overcome.
All right, have a good one there, Jackie. Thank you for stopping by.
I know firsthand just how much hatred can take hold in your heart once you let it in.
I'm enjoying it, but
I was still able to change. And if I can change,
it's a little
so can anyone
heavy-handed. I'll
else.
give it that.
So I was thinking maybe, I don't know.
You do the same, Jackie.
I could use my position as both a Danon and a mage to help bring both sides together.
Renwell.
That great spirit worries me too, though. Dana's will feels so warm and inviting. So why is Rena's will trying to destroy our entire planet?
Shits and giggles.
Everett 35 and the other scientists here never really brought that up. Maybe they don't know either.
Maybe. But regardless, at the end of the day, Dana's still our home. There's no way we can let it be destroyed.
Yeah.
We won't. We'll keep it safe no matter what.
I hope there comes a day when mages are just like anybody else on Dana. Alright. Kisara speaketh to me.
Oh, it's you two. Does he seem like he's doing any
Are you
better
okay,
now?
Bird?
He who? Oh, you mean Dohalim, don't you?
I know that we're all struggling to wrap our minds around it all, but he looked like he was taking it really hard earlier.
What do you think about everything we've learned? About the Renans and the Great Spirit and all that?
On some level, I'm not even really sure what to think, to be honest. I mean,
just think about cheesecake.
The Great
It'll make everything
Spirit
easier.
is like a huge natural
so
disaster, but with a mind and will of its own. But if that thing's hellbent on trying to destroy our planet, then the only thing left for us to do is stop it.
Okie
As
dokie.
for the Renans, I suppose my feelings on that are a bit more mixed.
How so?
Oh, I see what you mean.
Coexistence between Danans and Renans in Menancia is still a work in progress. In my case, I think that's partly because deep down,
I hope
was
you're
still
okay,
on guard
Bird.
around Renans. So, to be told that they're like us, that they're actually just like us is, well, I guess it's a little deflating, to be honest.
You kept a pretty level head.
You mean about the Renans? At the end of the day, the Helganquil and the Great Spirit are the ones who are responsible. But at the same time, I realize that not every Danon is necessarily going to believe that either.
I know you're already aware of this.
Well, you could force them to believe it with your mace.
Have against
You just
the Renans
bash it into their head until they
and
believe it.
understandably so. And if people then find out that they're all actually one and the same, yeah, I don't think they're going to take to it too kindly.
Even just among the Danons, I'm sure there'll be some who emerge with power and some who won't. I think if we can find a way to get rid of that imbalance, then we'll be in a truly good place.
Good luck with
First, we
that.
can try to figure out what to do about the existing
People do
conflicts
love
we have.
power.
Yeah. It'd be nice if one day people could learn to get past their hatred like Rinwell did.
It's no small task. We can't pretend like the past didn't happen and ask people to forget their very real pain and suffering.
Well, I mean,
Right.
you could. What's stopping you from
Everybody has
asking
their
that?
reasons for feeling the way that they do. But if we just keep yelling at each other about it, we'll never move on. In a worst-case scenario, it might lead to even more people getting killed.
And we all have to figure out how to meet halfway. Not just that, but to also embrace each other's pain, in a sense.
That's an interesting way of putting it.
It's true. Everybody has their own scars, their own trauma. The first step to healing those wounds is to put aside that hatred. It won't be achieved through reasoning, but I think it's a good first step, if nothing else.
Can be achieved through cheesecake, though.
And now, I think I see a way to move forward.
Cheesecake is the greatest
Let's do that.
equalizer.
First, we need to make sure
Doesn't
our
matter where
planet
you
isn't
come
going to
from
get
or what
wiped
you
out.
do or what you believe. Cheesecake is good for everyone. Everyone loves it, even when they say they don't. In fact, when they say they don't, that means they love it the most. And will be forced to eat it!
I still can't believe it, man.
You're not the only one still trying to make sense of all this. Believe me.
Really? You've never struck me as the type of guy to get hung up on these sorts of things.
Did you forget what happened back in Thistleum? Once my memories started coming back to me, I felt completely and totally lost.
It was really that bad for you?
Yeah, it was. But thanks to Law and everybody
Mustard
else,
cheesecake?
I remembered that I still had things
I've never
out there
heard of
worth
that.
fighting for.
But it's still cheesecake, so therefore it's good.
Man, I think
'Cause it's
you might be
cheesecake.
a better guy than me, Alphen. All I can remember thinking was, when's this guy gonna get his act together?
Law.
I was too worried about repeating the same mistakes I'd made back with my dad and running away from the truth. That was no way to live. And I've tried to stay strong, my way. But all this talk about other races and the world ending, if I can be honest with you guys, it's just all too much for me to handle right now.
Just punch it, Law. Law, any problem you got, punch it. And then eat cheesecake afterwards.
Not to worry too much about the big stuff right now.
Oh?
I used to worry all the time about my thorns, for obvious
Lemon
reasons.
meringue
But
cheesecake.
I never really opened up to anyone about them. And when I realized my visions pointed to a threat that was bigger than me, I didn't know what I should do or who to tell. But that's when I finally got it. You guys were all there for me, to teach me what's really important. I just had to open up and listen.
In other words, if you let the big picture stuff get you all muddled up inside, you'll begin to lose sight of what you really care about. Yeah, I think you're right.
The thing that's most important, what I really care about, all I want to do is protect the people that really matter to me, to fight for them. That's good enough, right?
Sure.
Not everyone is strong enough to fight.
Huh?
It's something your dad told me once when he was still alive. Law, you know you're strong enough to fight, and you're strong enough to protect the people you care about. Forget all the big stuff going on. Just don't lose sight of what you want to protect in the first place. Sound good?
Yeah.
Must protect cheesecake.
I think it does. It's like a big weight's been lifted off my shoulders. I'll fight to protect the people around me. Just like I always have. I think that's best.
Especially the people who make cheesecake. Those people need extra protection. I'll leave the big boy tricky stuff to you and do what I can on my end to help. Okay. Hey, dope.
I apologize for making you witness that.
You mean hearing the origins of the Renans?
Indeed. It's shocking to have so many things I thought to be indelible fade away in mere seconds.
Even I'm still not sure everything we've heard here is actually true.
Let's not delude ourselves. If what we've heard is a lie, it's a rather elaborate one. I can only imagine that you must have been constantly feeling like this, ever since your memory returned, Alphen. And you as well, Shion. About your thorns, and being a maiden.
That's just part of being alive, don't you think?
Well, to say the least. But enough about me. I'm not concerned for myself. What concerns me is all of the other Renans out there.
When you say the other Renans, you mean the ones that are living on Lenegus or Dana, right?
Correct. Even if we stop the Great Spirit from annihilating
I gotta stop the stream.
Dana,
I need to go to Krispy Kreme. I need to be there when they open, so I can get first in line.
The untold state that Rena may be in. If we do not truly belong there, we will have to think long and hard about where it is that we wish to return to.
So, I guess your only real choices at this point are to either stay on Lenegus or come down to Dana, huh? And right now, Lenegus might not even be a safe option.
And at the same time, Danans are hardly likely to embrace Renans with open arms. If the issue is forced, things could turn dire. There is, after all, 3 centuries worth of hatred to overcome between us. And the victims of our rule have absolutely every right to feel animosity towards us Renans. Our own circumstances as the aggressors are irrelevant.
I didn't expect the former Lord of Menancia to be so down about people reconciling.
Menancia's fate was a stroke of good luck. There had been backlash over how it had been ruled, and I was blessed to have sympathizers among my ranks. Still, even now, there remain ardent dissidents.
Well, we'll go kill them.
Still change if you have
Stab
the
me
right
death.
people
We'll
to
be
help
fine.
lead the way. Isn't that what you hope to achieve on Lenegus after this is all over?
Indeed. I have fully accepted the burden of that responsibility. In that regard, I remain determined. On that note, I have something of a favor to ask of you, Alphen.
No, you can't have a piece of my cheesecake. It's mine.
I wish for you to serve as a mediator so that the Renans can live on Dana
Oh,
peaceably.
okay, yeah, I'll do that.
As the one and only blazing sword, I suspect the Danans may listen to what you have to say when problems arise.
And
Or I'll
I
just
take it
blazing
that
sword
you'll
them.
be the one to represent the Renans?
Yes. I realize that I'm asking quite a lot of you. However, the fact of the matter is that it will take time for Renans to re-enter Danan society without any bloodshed. That is why...
You're the same as ever, Dohalim.
Is it too much?
No, relax. You get so tense and formal when you're asking for a favor. Listen, there's no need for that. We're friends.
Get Dohalim a Snickers. That's the problem.
You're
He's
too
hungry.
kind. I can see you were raised well.
That's some high praise, Alphen.
Then I'll ask once again, this time just as friends. Alphen, will you help me?
You don't even need to ask. Of course I will.
So long as you don't try to steal my cheesecake.
My friend.
Well, it sounds like everyone's learning from their past and using it to create a better future for everyone.
What about you, Shion?
They
How do
ain't
you
doing
feel
nothing. They're
about
still
the
standing
origin
around in
of
the
the Renans?
station.
To be honest, I'm not really all that shocked, actually. I mean, I might be a Renan in the literal sense, but I've never really felt like one of them. Right now, it's kind of a mystery.
How do you mean?
Because for a really, really long time, all I ever thought about was how I was going to die. Not if or when,
A little
but
bit.
how.
Yeah.
I thought I'd die alone. That fate had me in its steely grip. I would have never imagined that I'd be traveling with someone like you, fighting to save Rena and Dana. I mean, how could I have? It's been going on for 300 years. All this tragedy and destruction. When you consider the Helganquil's part in all this, it's been even longer than that. It was Naori's hope that somehow, someone in the future would be able to stop it before it was too late.
Oh man, does that mean it
How
has to be
fell
me?
on us, of all people, to heed that call is a mystery.
Ask the
I don't think
writers, they'll
Naori
tell you.
was hoping that we would just stop the world from getting destroyed. She considered me, a Danan, as a real person. And she very much cherished her own people, too. I don't think she wanted the world to be saved, just so they could go back to hurting each other. Oh, maybe this is what she meant.
Maybe.
When we were talking to Kisara earlier, about all that stuff like everyone's needing to meet halfway and embrace each other's pain and suffering. She said that the first step down that path was for each of us to put aside our own
Trust me.
hatred.
When the story is over, you know all 6 of them are going to split up into groups of 2, and there's going to be three bedrooms all just like creaking and
So it
banging
goes
all
both
night
ways,
long.
Right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I don't just mean forgiving things that happened in the past either. Conflicts
Pardon
will
me.
keep happening. If we have any hope of moving on and building a better future, we have to all learn to forgive each other.
You know, you're right. People can hurt one another without
Yeah,
even
just groups of
meaning
2.
to.
Especially seeing as 2 of them
I
are
know that
children.
better than most, thanks to
So,
these thorns.
yeah, those 2 need to go off
It's
on
not
their
going
own.
to be easy getting past this pain. But
And
if
these
we can
2
do
obviously
it,
have a thing for each
I'm
other.
sure there'll come
And then
a
the
time
other
when
2
we
definitely
can
have a thing
all
for each other.
truly understand each other. I'm there with you, Shion. I too want to protect the world we live in and all the people we care about. I think that's the very least I can do to repay Naori for everything that she did.
Yeah. I want a future that she would feel proud to live in, and I'm going to fight for it.
You do
Whoa there,
that.
Savior Girl. We're here to save you too, you know.
Yes, I know. Don't worry, I haven't forgotten. I want to live, and that's the honest truth.
Okay.
Well, is everybody ready to do what needs to be done?
I am. There's a lot to think
Yes,
about.
I want to
but
cause
at the end of
stabbity
the
death,
day,
please.
Dana's still in danger. I don't care who we're up against. We'll kick their ass.
Or we'll talk them to death, whichever comes first.
What are your thoughts, Alphen? I want to know what's on your mind, too.
No! No,
Like
we
Ross
don't!
said, If we have to fight the Great Spirit on Rena, then so be it.
No, you gave him a chance for a hero speech again. Damn it! When will you learn to stop giving Alphen the chance at hero speeches?
That alone is enough to make it our enemy.
Stop it!
But it's not only that. One way or another, I think beating the Great Spirit is going to be tied to us saving Xion.
You're saying there's a chance?
You're referring to the vision of destruction we all saw in Lenegis, I take it?
Yeah. 3 centuries ago, the astral energy that appeared at the spirit channeling ceremony showed Naori that vision. And to hear Xion tell it, it's the same one that she sees from her own thorns as well.
Indeed. Xion's thorns are comprised of dark astral energy.
Why are they repeating things we already know?
Only to Rena.
How dumb do the writers think we are that we forget these
behind
things?
Dana's pending destruction, then...
Xion's thorns are the Great Spirit? It's not actually on Rena like we thought?
We don't know anything for certain. At the very least, though, I think it's possible her thorns are a part of the Great Spirit.
While the main body resides in Rena.
Okay.
Xion.
If these thorns really are a part of Rena's Great Spirit, I'm going to go over there and give it a piece of my mind and then some.
And then some what? Some booty?
The question is, how do we confront it? Suffice it to say, that flower growing out of Rena is enormous, large enough to house the will of an entire planet. The Wedge and Lenegis were both hard enough for us to overcome in their own right. This is an altogether greater challenge for merely 6.
Ah, we're fine.
And we only know about the Thorns connection thanks to Naori.
Hevric 35 has been observing the Great Astral Spirit this whole time. It wouldn't ask us to fight it unless it has a plan of some sort. Let's go see what that is.
I'm pretty sure the plan has something to do with Stabbity Death. Just
our
saying.
minds are made up. Let's go give Hevric 35 our answer.
So if the Sovereign and Maiden were originally boot-up programs for Lenegis, what about now?
Even with the Forbidden Zone in ruins and the Renaissance stolen, Lenegis is functioning fine. If it needed us before, it doesn't appear to now.
I want to hug Hoodle.
First they lumber you with a position you never asked for, then you're discarded like you're nothing? Who the hell do they think they are?
More importantly,
who the hell do you think I am?
We might not even factor into their list of concerns.
I just hope everyone on Lenegis is safe.
Worst comes to worst, Lenegis is equipped with a large number of starships the people can escape in. As long as the whole satellite doesn't suddenly explode or something, they should be fine.
Wait, explode?
In any case, if we're truly going to make a difference, it's on Rena we're needed, not Lenegis. The people there will be fine, I'm sure of it.
Oh, really? Okay. Central level. If it explodes, will it cause more devastation than they wanted? Or more devastation than they intended? Oh. It seems to manage Hevric 35's condition. Lots of vital sign stats are displayed. Cool.
Do you have your answer for me?
We want to ask something first. You're asking us to fight an entire planet. How exactly do you expect us to do that?
You have swords, don't you?
You must have something up your sleeve, or else you wouldn't put us up to it.
The great astral spirit is an immense being, but its actual will does not run throughout its entire body. Rather, its will is derived from the core, which supports the rest of the body, and is where its strength is most densely concentrated.
Oh,
therefore, if you destroy the core, the Great Spirit shall become unable to maintain sentience and return to being ordinary astral energy.
And how are we supposed to destroy that core?
Stabbity death! Come on!
Alma.
Or that.
You will also need the assistance of both the Sovereign and the Maiden. They are our best tools for suppressing and controlling astral energy. Using their powers, the Maiden shall seal the great astral spirit within her body, and the Sovereign shall wield the power of the Renis Alma to destroy it.
Hold on. That sounds a lot like what Shion described before.
Yeah,
Yay! Self-sacrifice!
Thorns with her.
She was actually right all along.
By my calculations, your powers combined should be sufficient to destroy the great astral spirit and disperse its energy widely enough to make it difficult to reform.
What will happen to the Maiden once we manage to beat the great astral spirit?
Blech.
Any matter contained within the field of destruction shall be erased.
So it really will kill me.
This method is the most simple one available to destroy the Great Spirit, and is therefore
Really?
our most reliable
I think stabbity death sounds far more simple.
Other options?
Good
There
English
is
there,
little
Featherhoof.
reason to consider alternative courses of action when the most optimal among them is so clear.
You don't get it. I promised Shion that she wouldn't die, that we'd save the world without needing to sacrifice her.
You really need to stop
We
making
didn't fight
promises
this
you
whole
can't live
time
up
just to give up on her at the very end. If there's any other way to take out the Great Spirit, I want to hear it.
This plan shall lead to the fewest losses in preserving your world. Abandoning it is irrational.
So is love, damn it!
It is vital that you proceed with this plan. A part of Rena's great astral spirit already resides within her. 300 years ago, the Great Spirit descended upon Lenegis.
I hope you're all
in an
taking
attempt
notes. This
to
will be
assume
on the
direct
test.
Control of the spirit channeling ceremony. We have reason to believe the Great Spirit left part of itself behind, and that it now resides in the Maiden.
Which would make Alphen's earlier hypothesis correct.
That part inside the Maiden belongs to the core, and can be used by the great astral spirit to revive itself. So long as it remains, it will be all but impossible to fully eradicate the Great Spirit.
But what if
That
I
is
cause
why
stabbity
it is
death?
necessary for it to be vanquished only once it is whole. Without the Maiden's direct control over the Great Spirit, attacking it is futile, and will only serve to strengthen it.
No.
What? I'm pretty sure stabbity death will work.
Naori said that the Renis Alma can suppress the self-realization of astral energy, and that the thorns could be neutralized by placing them in it. If so, can't the same also be done to the Great Spirit, seeing as the thorns are simply part of it?
Well, can it?
It is true that the Renis Alma is capable of what you suggest, and could contain the great astral spirit.
Yes!
But
However, doing so
there's the but.
requires fine control on the level of the spirit channeling ceremony. Considering that the Renis Alma was previously lost when that ceremony failed, I cannot allow it. Its uncertainty is simply too great.
What
are you going to do to stop me from in there?
Your starship will not be restored, and you will all be unable to leave here.
Well, I guess we'll just have to lie. I mean, agree to your terms, totally, and do it.
I'd rather stay here and rot than do it your way.
Alphen?
Whatever we do, if we mess up, Dana's screwed. The Great Spirit will destroy it.
Yes.
If you're fine letting that happen, and we have nothing to gain either way, then I'd rather do nothing.
Okie dokie.
We want to stop Dana from getting destroyed. We want to save it. But not if it means having to sacrifice one of us in the process. If all you're gonna do is sit back and watch us where it's safe, then quit ordering us around and shut up!
Alphen.
Damn.
What you say is irrational.
Yes.
Be that as it may, I shall accede to your demand.
Woohoo!
You'll agree?
I am an observer. The Sovereign, Maiden, and Renis Alma are my species' greatest achievement.
Yes, it do.
I wish to see how well they work against the Great Spirit in light of our demise by its hands.
But what are we supposed to do about the Renis Alma? One of your buddies ran off with it back on Lenegis.
It is likely that the Renis Alma is with the Great Spirit, functioning as a catalyst for it to receive Dana's astral energy.
So our only option to retrieve it is to head straight for the Great Spirit and take it back?
According to my observations, the astral energy is most densely concentrated in the center of Rena, where the Great Spirit's core is located.
Oh.
So right in the middle of that giant flower, then.
I say ramming speed!
You've said that Rena's great astral spirit is already integrated with the planet. What will happen to Rena once it vanishes?
Without the will of the Great Spirit, Rena is predicted to collapse. Even in such a scenario, the energy will disperse, and the Great Spirit will likely not reform.
Yay!
So you're saying that even if we manage to beat the Great Spirit without destroying it, we'll still be in danger?
Ooh, suicide mission.
Likely,
those are always
the
fun.
collapse will occur in stages. It is recommended that you all escape before the final stage.
Man, I wish that thing would tell it to us straight for once.
Hevrek 35 and the others have gotten used to hypothesizing from afar, is all. Fix our starship. We're going to Rena.
Excellent.
But I want to make one thing clear. We're doing this for ourselves, to protect what matters to us. We're not doing it for your sake, or because you told us to. Remember that.
It matters little to me. The end result shall be the same. Repair work on your starship has commenced. You'll have to wait until it's finished.
What? So much waiting.
Is it too much
achievement.
to ask for Hevrek
Achievement
35
unlocked.
to
The
talk
truth.
like a normal person? I swear I can feel my brain starting to fry after listening to all that complicated stuff.
Don't worry. I think we're mostly done with him. Now all we have to do is rest up and wait. Once the Fall Knights is good to go again, we'll be taking off for Rena right away. Is the Renis Alma really our only hope against the Great Spirit? There has to be another way, right?
Shion's Fire Master Core
Stabbity
was
death.
able to suppress astral energy to prevent it from gaining sentience, right? Couldn't we make use of that somehow?
I'm not sure. In small doses, maybe. And with the amount of energy we're talking about here.
Back in Calaglia, the Blazing Sword was able to take in a whole spirit vessel's worth of energy. If it has the capacity to manage that, it can do this, right?
Except after it absorbed the energy, it ended up releasing it all moments later, remember? Let's not forget, it nearly killed you. Besides,
I'll be
this is the Great
fine.
Spirit we're talking
I'm
about.
like way higher level than then.
Even if I could use the Master Core, your body wouldn't be able to take the strain of channeling that much energy.
Hevrek 35 didn't mention it, and it did not seem the type to skimp on details. So assuming it's even possible, the chances are slim to none.
You're probably right.
So that was a completely useless conversation. Thank you. Hello. It'll take some time to completely repair your starship. I suggest that you get some rest in the interim. Okay. Not like I can do anything else. There's no combat here. There's no other things. I mean, just keep going. I can't do fast travel either. Oh my
You
lord.
still thinking about what the scientists told us? About where Renans really come from?
It's time for these two to bang already.
I am, but not for myself.
You're worried about the future of the Renan people.
The fact that our people have been the same this whole time will only give the Danans further reason to resent us.
But you still intend to confront this truth head on, don't you?
Well, I did declare that I would live my life for the living, and not the dead. Even as I dream of retirement, I shall remain dedicated to the cause.
I'm sure you'll do great.
And
Now that I
now,
think about it,
bang!
I don't believe I've ever heard
Damn
you
it.
criticize or reproach us Renans even once.
I'm no saint. I have skeletons in my closet too. There was definitely a time when I hated Renans for who they were. I hated them just for being Renan. But you changed that, Dohalim. You gave me an opportunity to see them in a different light. Thanks to your reforms, we were able to stand next to Renans not as slaves, but as equals for the first time in our lives. Of course, I'm sure there were some Renans who still hated us on the inside.
Oh, shut up and fuck already.
But we knew that not all of you were like that. There were those of you who were good, and that was a start. When it comes down to it, Renans are just people. They can be good or bad, just like Danans.
And I think this is about the
That
38th
is,
time
in
that we've gone over that
the
point.
heart of your
Oh my
approach, isn't
god.
it? That we're all people.
Yeah, it is. When you can pull someone aside and talk to them one-on-one, then you have the chance to come to an understanding.
The more
But
you
as soon
know.
as you stereotype, that chance goes away, and you stop thinking of them as people that you can relate to.
I understand what you're saying, but we're talking about massive numbers of Renans and Danans alike. Realistically speaking, surely they won't all be able to get along.
People
Even
usually
if we end
don't.
up butting heads with one person, maybe we'll find better luck among their friends. If we can build a society that works like that, that'll be something worth nurturing and protecting.
So you wish for people to form real bonds and do away with the hierarchy outright. To deal with one another as humans, and nothing more. That's the ideal future you hope to see when this is all over?
Sure, we'll go with
Yes,
that.
I do. I think it would make for a fine tribute to my brother's legacy. Though, that said, I would be doing it for the people of the future first and foremost.
What about the people of now?
Do you still plan to return to Lenegis when this is over?
Indeed I do. I don't know whether I'll be able to reside in Lenegis proper, however. My first order of business may be to find somewhere to live.
You'll always have a home in Menancia, you know.
As I shall ever keep in mind.
You know, my bed
Well,
does
if you
does
ever need a
fit
helping
two people.
hand, don't hesitate to come get me. I'll always be there for you. Duh.
Yes, Kisara, give him your helping hand.
Did you just... Never mind. Thank you, Kisara. I appreciate your patience as I work all this out.
Oh my god!
Don't even mention
the
it.
sexual tension!
And really, when you think about
You
it,
cut it with a butter
now
knife.
that we know the two of us aren't so different after all, don't you think that brings down a barrier that used to be between us?
No, you still got the clothes on, so there's still a big barrier right there.
I hadn't actually thought of it that way before. But I do like the sound of it.
Yeah, I think I do too.
And... fuck. Damn it.
Hey, why'd you call me here? Was there something you wanted to talk about?
Well,
Yes, but it has to be G-rated because we're both
everything
kids.
we've heard about the Great Spirit is true, then we're getting close to our final battle. So I wanted to apologize while I can.
Apologize? For what?
I was being real stupid before, about whether Dana's will had been controlling us and all that. I get why you're angry now. Anybody would be if something they trusted was being questioned. So, I'm sorry, Runewell. Really. I should have kept my mouth shut.
Yeah, I don't think that's physically possible for you to do.
No, Law. Honestly, I think you might have been onto something. Of course you were worried. Who wouldn't be if they found out there might be some invisible force pulling our strings this whole time?
So the rocks are there.
But you really trust Dana's will, don't you? Is it because you can sense it a lot more than the rest of us? Because you can understand it?
There goes Motorcycle Guy. Ooh,
I
Motorcycle
think that
Guy's an
might be
hour
part of
late.
it,
He is late for
but I
work.
think
He's going to be in
I
trouble.
also want to believe it's good.
Believe?
Remember how I used to really resent coming from a family of mages?
Yeah, of course. Because you were always on the run and had to live in hiding.
when we rescued Zephyr and I finally decided to come along with you all, something changed inside me.
Did
it?
It
was the first time I felt like my powers had any meaning, even if that meaning was only helping you guys fight.
Well, you have been an asset in combat, even if I have wanted to wring your fucking neck in cutscenes. But you know.
Warm it was. It made me want to believe my powers were made to connect with it.
No, usually he goes by at 7:30.
Bigger purpose.
It's like he's 50 minutes late.
So that's why you hope it doesn't turn out to be bad. You almost need it to be kind.
Yeah.
Well, all right. Then I promise I'll lay off bad-mouthing it.
For now.
You will?
There's no way for me to know for sure one way or the other, right? But you trust it, Rinwell, and that's enough for me. So I'll trust it because you do.
Well, what if she's a thrall? Of course a thrall would trust it. Duh.
Remember what I said about neither planet's great spirit reaching us here?
Yeah?
That's not quite true. I can feel just a little bit of Rena's inside you and everyone else.
You... what?
I sensed it when we first got here. It's a really small amount, so it doesn't feel like it has a will of its own. But
wait, we all have dark powers now?
That's how Dana's energy probably is too.
So you're saying there's a little bit of Dana's will inside each of us?
Do you have a little Dana inside you? Would you like some?
What?
Well, like you said, unless Dana's energy comes together, it has no will. So if we all have a little bit of Dana's astral energy inside us...
Yeah.
We can become God!
Maybe.
Oh, I mean, use it for good purposes. Right.
But, you know what? I don't need to ask it. My will is my own. I fight for who I want to fight for. That's who I am now. Who I've become. So thanks, Rinwell, for sharing that with me.
Ah.
Hey, keep it G-rated. Keep it G-rated. She is a child.
To be honest, the only reason I was suspicious of Dana's will, well, I mean, it mostly was... I feel like you and I had grown apart lately, and I was worried it was because...
Grown apart? You two were ever close?
Never mind. Nothing. Just forget about it.
Huh?
When were you two ever close?
What were you saying?
Saying? I don't remember
Come
saying
on.
anything.
Now you won't tell me what you were
No,
thinking?
that's not what I'm saying.
Then spit it out already.
You know, never mind. I'm not gonna go there. You gotta keep G-rated. They're children. Sorry, it was just that spit it out already part. I was just, you know where my mind went. You know where it went. I'm not gonna elaborate.
You sure you don't want to get some rest?
I can't. I've got too much on my mind. Especially knowing how close our last battle is. How are you doing, Shion?
Okay, skip the speeches and just go
Same
blow
as
off
you.
steam.
Still
And
trying
let's
to
go
absorb
get on the
everything.
ship.
Remember when it was so simple? We were only fighting all the lords on Dana? All of that feels like a lifetime ago, doesn't it?
Not really. I mean, this is the
Ages and
short part of the
ages ago.
game. Compared to
Everything
that.
that's happened since we first met. So many fights, so much chaos, so many wonderful
Chaos! We must find
If I hadn't run
chaos.
into you that day, well, I
Must kill
wouldn't have met
chaos.
all of you. I never would have held the blazing sword or looked for something more. I wouldn't have my memories back. I'd still be a faceless slave, like as not long dead.
Man, Panda, I know you're recording this for your own channel.
Hey, Alphen.
When you get to this part of the game, you're just gonna have episodes upon episodes that's just cutscenes. God
If we
damn.
can't find the Renis Alma, there's something I want you to do.
Yes?
Like Hevrect 35 said, the only way we can end the Great Spirit for good is to go after both the main body in Rena
Oh, that.
and
okay.
the thorns in me. I need you to promise me, Alphen. that if for some reason we can't get the Renis Alma back, you'll use the blazing sword to destroy the Great Spirit, and me along with it.
Huh?
It's true the blazing sword may not have the strength of the Renis Alma. But it's taken us this far. It's slain lords and beasts. At the very least, it has to be worth a try.
You can't be serious. Have you forgotten everything
Listen,
that we've...
the Great Spirit isn't just our problem. It's a threat to our entire world. Renans and Danans alike.
Okay.
We don't know what's going to happen when we face it, but we need to be prepared for anything. We can't second-guess ourselves when the time comes. I promise you, I'm not planning on going anywhere. I'm prepared to fight with absolutely everything I've got.
Oh, only 100%. I see how it
But
is.
if it comes down to it,
whatever happened to giving
I need you to
110%?
be prepared too.
Oh, asking him to give 110%, but not you. Oh, I see how it is. I see. Okay.
Okay. But you should know that I'm not going to give up on you, Shion. I'm going to fight this until the very end.
For the love of God, I'm going to find out what sex with you is like no matter what.
I hope you can forgive me for that.
Alphen. Okay, I understand. And I'll forgive you.
Thank you, Shion.
So it's a promise then?
Yeah, it's a promise.
Pinky swear? You gotta pinky swear. You can't just say that. You gotta give the pinky swear.
I remember how I felt the first time you touched me. My thorns made any contact a mistake no one would ever make twice. After they'd seen what could happen, fear would always linger behind their eyes. In my entire life, I never had someone willingly reach out to me. But when you reached out to me and gently took my hand, you didn't react at all. It was so easy for you. I don't have words for the shock I felt in that moment.
That's because I couldn't feel pain back then.
Even once you could, though, you still chose to keep reaching out to me. And when you did, I felt this warmth that I had never known before.
Oh my God. Just fuck.
But still, I hate having to see you suffer through it every time you do.
You won't have to worry about that for much longer.
You think so?
I do, because Shion,
Say it.
No. You can tell me once my thorns are gone. Okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, Lord. Are we good now? Holy... Oh, God, there's more!
Everybody get enough rest? We ready for this?
Okay.
Yeah, we should
Okay, I thought it was
probably
more of
get
that.
moving.
Okay.
Agreed. Can't stand around waiting all day.
Our task is relatively
We just
straightforward.
did!
We need only descend down to Rena, defeat the Great Spirit, and restore stability to both worlds.
Oh, is
We're
that
fighting
all?
for a new future for both Dana and Rena.
Right. We've come this far. We will save our worlds. That's a promise.
I think of the 2.5 hours we've been streaming, 2 of those hours has just been cutscenes.
Got one last wall to tear down.
Repairs on your starship are complete. Everything is in working order.
Is that you, Hevrek 35? You can see us from where you are?
I can. I can see anywhere within the bounds of Dake Faisal.
I don't know, Final Fantasy 14
Sounds
does feel
like
like
someone's a
like a
peepee
third of it
Maybe
is
we
a,
should give Hevrek 35 a
movie.
break.
This
It has
feels
been
like
stuck in this
over
tiny
half.
facility for a very, very long time.
I have unlocked all functions on your starship. You can now make use of its warp drive.
Warp drive? Wait, you mean like what the Red Women used on us? What brought us here?
It's possible that the Red Women may have found a way to activate it on the starship. They are Helganquil, after all.
Using the warp drive, you should be able to breach Rena's atmosphere without being detected.
Yay!
Should?
You'll need to be careful. Due to the force field surrounding Rena, the ship will be unable to go any further than the surface of the planet.
So, once we reach the shell, it appears we'll have to infiltrate the core by foot. Understood.
We gotta go all the way down just walking?
Will all the
yeah, it wouldn't be a
Helganquil go
final
back to
dungeon
normal
if it
once
wasn't.
we defeat the Great Spirit? I have a strange feeling we're going to have to fight them before this is all over.
The extinction of my people is inevitable at this stage. As such, it would be illogical to risk the success of the mission in a vain attempt to save my kind.
Well, I just got permission to cause Stabby death.
Can't that thing lighten up a bit? Everything it says seems to be about what's illogical.
Well, come on, Doe.
Hold up. Did you just...
You heard the lady. Get going.
I have one last question.
Oh, did something happen last night we didn't get to see? They seem a little closer.
Your identification number indicates that you are well past your predicted life expectancy. Similarly, the maiden lacks any identification number, as her function should have been...
Everyone throw band hammers at him!
Despite this, the two of you continue to exist. Why?
We exist because others have entrusted this to us. Over the years, many people have come together and sworn to see this through to the end.
You mean it is because of multiple chance interactions? The likelihood of such events is statistically improbable. Why have you two continued to persist under these conditions?
Because of the promise of sex.
It's hard to explain. To be honest, I don't think it's something an observer could understand.
Oh no, I've observed and I clearly know what's going on here.
All right.
She gets rid of thorns and you get to do the naughty. I mean, I think everyone out there understands that as well. Like, you know. It's just, it doesn't take a philosophical mind. Ooh, new side quests. Go to the ship. Go to the ship. Take off inside my ship and head on over to Rena.
It would appear that our Helganquil host really has fulfilled its end of the bargain.
You know what that means.
Hooray!
Time to go to Rena.
I guess this means we should give that warp drive a spin.
Engage. Look at all the waste. Look at how much just seeping out into space. You need to get a better containment method for all that astral energy. Rena does not look like a good vacation spot. Just saying.
There's nothing here. This weird ocean we're surrounded by just stretches out everywhere. Is this really where the Helganquil come from?
I don't sense even a trace of astral energy. This
Oops.
world is dead.
Then this must be the hollowing.
You mean to tell me this whole world, the entire ocean is that stuff?
And it's covering everything. The entire planet.
Or what's left of it.
This is what the Great Spirit does. After it depleted this planet of every last speck of astral energy, it went after Dana.
So arresting. This world of doom.
Doom? I like
Back in
Doom.
its day, Rena
At least
was
Doom
probably
2016.
just as vibrant as Dana is. But after being robbed of its astral energy for so long, those days are gone and past. This is all that will remain.
So the Great Spirit took everything. It stole energy not just from living beings, but the land, the sea, everything.
Yes.
And it bound the Helganquil in servitude until their whole world was nothing but this. And by the looks of it, that's how it remains to this day. A world of death and emptiness.
With nothing left here to consume, the Great Spirit turned its sights on Dana, looking for another host.
You're saying if we don't stop it, this is what Dana's going to look like?
We can be sure that even these few remaining remnants of Renan life will not be spared in the end.
If the oblivion and darkness both Shion and Naori saw comes to pass, nothing will survive. It looks like we can climb down from there.
Hooray!
Let's take a look.
Okie dokie. Destroyed remnants. Rena. Cool.
So this is Rena.
Special owls seem to have appeared
This
throughout
is where
Dana.
everything began.
Oh,
Yet it's a dead world.
really?
I won't let Dana suffer the same fate. Ever.
Wait, was this about special owls? What?
A hollowed ocean as far as the eye can see. What do you think would happen if we fell in?
What do you mean, what would happen? You'd drown, wouldn't you?
Come to think of it, I don't believe I've heard of someone ever trying. Perhaps you'd like the glory of being the first?
No.
I'll pass.
This is essentially a world-sized Renan graveyard. Are you proposing to disturb the dead slumber just to satisfy your curiosity, Law?
No, because I said I passed.
Taking an interest is understandable, but let's not forget where we are. This place deserves our respect.
Looks like we're not going to be hearing the end of this one for a while.
You'd think I was already snorkeling in it or something. So the idea is to seal the Great Spirit inside the Renaissance using the Sovereign and Maiden's power. But just how do we do that exactly?
I'm
Magic,
guessing it won't be
duh.
as easy as holding a spirit channeling ceremony at our leisure.
I already had wielded astral energy once 3 centuries ago. As for suppressing her thorns, Shion's had a lifetime's experience. The problem isn't just our enemy's strength. It's that it's sentient, too. And you can bet anything you like it's not going to just sit back and let us destroy it.
Oh, well, why not?
We need to find some way to weaken it in advance. The Great Spirit, that is.
Back when Shion
Thanks for the clarification. As if we didn't know what you were talking about.
If this is their host, they should be even more corporeal here.
If that's the case, it should make them easier to attack at least. And if we can manage to divert enough energy away from the spirit's core, even temporarily,
We might just be able to weaken it enough to steal the Renaissance, which we can then use to seal it away forever.
Or kill it.
Easy,
I like the
but
idea
it's
of
our
killing
only
it.
shot. Time to buckle
Stabbity
up.
death! Oh my god.
Question for you. Let's say, knock on wood, everything turns out for the best.
What will the world be like? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I mean, at the end of this, do you really think everything will be that different?
A lot will have to change, that's for sure. The world will have to adjust to so much. My only worry is if those changes turn out to be merely skin deep.
what
They
do you
usually
mean?
do, unfortunately.
It's well and good putting an end to Renan rule. But if it just turns the tables, it's all for naught.
That's true. Just as bad if the Danans started pressing their own.
Renans, Danans, Astral Art users, mages.
You forgot a comma.
The world is full of labels used to divide and separate people.
If only we could see differences
Oh.
like that for what they are.
I think
different to
Motorcycle
someone
Guy got
having a
fired.
musical
He just
talent
he went home because he
being
was so
good with
late.
their hands. differences so much as characteristics.
It will take someone in power to set an example. But with time, people will follow. And then, perhaps one day...
There will no longer be any need for the example. It will have become second nature.
That's where we come in. We can set the example. Imagine
Good luck.
a world where magic and astral arts are used to help people, where that's the norm rather than the exception.
Need to let him know.
Yeah, you're right, Manuel. Why wait for somebody else? We can show them ourselves.
Don't be another one. Don't be another one. Oh, thank God. It's just a record saying that yeah. Okay. Let's. You know, I think we only have so much time left in this episode anyway. I'm gonna start by going and find them their owls. I'm gonna find the special owls. So come along with me as we find us some owls. Oh, hello. DKG Beats, thank you so much for the follow, Bo. Appreciate it. Oh, God damn it, another one.
Hey! Hey, I just realized something.
Is this
Did
about
you?
dinner last night? I didn't realize those ingredients were off.
What? No, I mean, wait, you fed us rotten food?
Ringo, the point.
Oh, yeah, right. So I was thinking about those armored soldiers we've seen. There are regular Renans inside them, right?
Yeah, they're designed to make whoever's wearing them stronger. At least, I think that's the idea.
Right. So it kind of begs the question then, why are they made so huge?
I don't know, makes
To
them
be
more
intimidating?
I guess?
Oh, yeah, no.
Or maybe all that tech wizardry inside takes up a lot of space.
You don't think it's weird how the armored soldiers are the exact same height as the Helganquil?
They are?
Can't say I'd ever noticed it till now. And?
Connect the dots, Law!
Okay, let me get this straight. You think the armored suits might have originally been designed to allow Renans to work alongside the Helganquil?
Huh. But if that's true, what would that mean?
It would mean... just that, I guess. But still,
What the
don't
fuck?
you think it's kind of interesting?
Sure, we'll go with that.
Not hugely? Hey, Kisara, while I've got you, what's on tonight's menu? Because I was thinking, maybe meat?
Yes!
Get him, Hoodle.
Oh, what did I do?
Oh, now you want to listen. Keep pecking, Hoodle.
Get him!
Ow, ow! Seriously, what the hell?
Oh, God damn it! Why?
You know, guys, when you think about it, we've taken out a lot of Zoogles. Like, a whole lot.
You can say that again. If one thing's for certain in this world, it's that wherever we go, we'll always end up bumping into them.
Isn't it weird that they're still so plentiful? You don't think the Renans have, like, a ranch where they breed them, do you?
Certainly in all of my years, I've never heard of them constructing such a massive facility on Dana, let alone up in Lenegis.
The only thing I can think of, then, is that the feral ones must be reproducing on their own.
There's also no organized effort on our part to hunt them down, so it's difficult to fully exterminate them.
Exterminate them? Whoa, don't you think that's maybe a little harsh?
What do you mean?
Zoogles originally used to be living creatures native to Dana and Rena, right? Being genetically modified isn't their fault.
You're right. Zoogles were only created because of us Renans. We altered
Are we
the
getting
original
a
creatures
forced
to suit our
environmental
own ends.
message?
First, people made Zoogles, and then we let them go. And now we're trying to kill them because they're a threat. They really have only seen the very
No,
worst,
we're trying to
huh?
kill them because they give me
I
XPs.
hope we
And
find a way
XPs
to
help
be
me
able to
level
live
up.
side by
Leveling
side
up
with
makes
them one
enemies
day.
and bosses easier.
It's a nice thought, but they attack towns and cities. What else are we supposed to do?
Aside from the strays that have gone wild, it's worth remembering that Renans are able to keep them somewhat under control.
If we had distinct territories that didn't overlap, that might reduce the danger they pose.
Well, I guess when you look at it that way, maybe people and Zoogles aren't so different after all.
What? Moving on! Okay. Now there's an owl here, and I'm gonna go get it. And pray to God that the character shut up long enough for me to do it! get in there yet? Nope. Climb the vines. Go over to here. Somewhere right about here. Thank you. Ooh. There you are. He's just out in the open. Vivid sphere. A brilliantly colored sphere, the purpose of which is unknown. Rolling it creates a vacuum no nearby object can escape. Best leave it be.
There's history in the air here. I can smell it.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
Ooh, Vest of Secrets. Law, did you just get a little vest there? You did. I will take it. Anything else up here? Negatory, good buddy. Let's see. Oh, hold on. All right. Let's see. Glanby Casher. Here? With this thing? Let's see if this thing is the closest.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
I would hope so. God damn it.
Hey, Rinwell, tell me about your parents. What were they like?
They were kind. That's the part I like to remember. They could also be strict, though, especially when it came to magic. I never understood why I had to work so hard to learn magic. Why we couldn't just be done with it and live openly like everyone else. Needless to say, that didn't go over well.
You know,
of course, if I had known that one day I'd be doing this,
in past Tales
I would have
games,
taken my studies
I actually
more
really like the
seriously.
skits because they came
What about your
every once in a
parents?
while. You know,
Same
broke up
deal.
the monotony of
Run
you
through
know
the mill.
from
Told
grinding
constantly
or
that training
from
was the
traveling
only way
from
to
place to
survive in a world
place.
like this.
But
It got bad enough that I
but in
ended
this
up
game,
running
in
away
Tales of
and siding
Arise,
with the Renans of all people.
it's just like
And now,
the skits keep
got that training to
coming.
thank for being alive.
They just keep coming and
I
they
know
don't
how
stop
that
coming.
feels.
Every
The
fucking
first
step,
time we
they
met,
just keep
You
coming.
risked using your magic to stop me from kicking
Holy
my dad's
shit.
ass. You could have done anything else. You could have ignored it. So, why?
Yeah, I guess something about Zephyr reminded me of my own father.
Oh
You
god, they're
don't
related.
say. So, did your pops and mine look a lot like each other?
Not really. Not
Oh.
at all, in fact. I don't know how to explain it. I just felt a resemblance, I guess.
Wow. Well, I won't pretend I understand, but I'm glad. Your dad must have been a great guy.
He was.
Oh my god. Oh my god, why?
Maybe it's the snow soaking up all the
Okay.
sound, but something about Cyslodia always feels mysterious to me. Solemn almost.
When it comes to solemnity, I'd say our own Octalina Palace is no slouch.
I won't argue with you there. Still, that azure tint of the shadows on the silvery white snow, it has a certain indescribable quality.
Indeed. It was boorish of me to even suggest such a comparison.
What,
All I know
optional,
is it's
unnecessary
freaking cold.
conversations that have nothing
Still,
really to do with
more
the
pleasant
plot at
now that
hand?
The locals aren't quite as frosty
No, that's not what
towards
makes
us.
JRPG so great.
Well, excuse me if I'm too frosty for your warm self.
Oh, come on! You know I didn't mean you. Besides,
Yeah, I wanted to
really,
waste
I'm the
time
one
with,
who...
you know, going to collect
about we
things.
stop getting
Well,
hung
technically
up
I
on
am
the
collecting
past for a
things by doing
change.
skits because there
Take
is an
what you've
achievement for
learned
watching all
and
the
put it
skits,
to
but
use
still.
in the future instead.
An unexamined past can be just as dangerous in its own right.
Better that than obsessing over it like a certain someone I know.
Kisara doesn't mince her words, does she?
I could say the
No,
same
but like
thing
the
about
rest of
one or
you, you
two
say
the
too
other
many
women
of them.
around here.
Tell me about it.
I think I'll refrain from commenting on this one.
Hoodle, I've got some dried fish for you. You want some?
Forget that. Doesn't some tasty red meat sound better, boy?
Yes, it does. Yes.
Hey! Stop trying to coax him away with treats. Get your own adorable sidekick if you're so desperate for
Okay,
one.
at least this one's cute.
He appears to enjoy being the center of attention.
Funny how things change. He and Rinwell used to be joined at the hip, or shoulder to talon.
It's not just Hootle who's become more trusting. Isn't that so, Rinwell?
They do say pets and their owners act alike. I suppose since we've been together, I've done my share of coming out of my own shell too.
Well then, I guess with you and Hootle, that makes us all one big happy family.
Sometimes when I'm deep in thought, Hootle will come over and sit next to me. I only wish I could actually pet him.
You could. You just hit him with your
will
thorns, that's
someday.
all.
You won't believe how soft he is.
Wish I had that problem. I'm lucky if I can so much as look at old Featherbrain without him trying to claw me to ribbons.
Really? He seems tame enough around everyone else. Maybe it's just Hootle's way of establishing dominance?
That's dogs, not owls.
What's going on when Hootle pecks at you?
I don't know. Like when I'm talking to Rinwell, it's like he's trying to muscle me out or something. Unless... Wait, you don't suppose I make him jealous?
Come again?
Ow! Get off of me, you insecure fluffball!
I rather think they make a good comedic pairing.
Oh my god, the eyes! Oh my goodness. Yes. Boing. I'm going to the right place. I don't even know if I'm going to the right place. Are you still bad guys here? Same feeling with my dog Kai. We go French Master. Everyone got close, he's just pushed everyone out of the way. Yeah, I'm going to the wrong place. If that's the case, I'm gonna feel stupid. Yeah, I did go to the wrong place. God damn it. Oh god, I'm an idiot. Calaglia, not Ciclodia. Fuck me. Well, we went to a new area and they didn't,
What do you think of that chick over there?
Doesn't look like she really works out.
I'm not talking about her muscles, you dummy!
Oh god. Okay, wait. This way? This way. So we need, we're on now 33, 34?
I think Hootle senses something.
I think I see something. Hi, you are huge. Battle Maiden Shield. Shield of a legendary maiden of the battlefield who saved her people from famine and despair. Though small and plain, it exudes an angelic aura. Bye! Oh, hi! Dohaline, Anti-Collector.
This shall be a feast for the senses.
That was 34. Okay. So now we gotta find number 35. Which we will find Oh, now we... Wait. Okay, straight ahead. People are all in my way. Move! I want to find all the owls and make the Owl Kingdom whole with all of its citizenry.
Hey, she's pretty cute.
Who are you looking at? Quit gawking and let's go.
Ow!
God, when did Law become such a little horn dog? When did that happen? There you are. Whoa! Someone's egg has hatched near a microwave. Broken machine gun. Used to repel hordes of demon-like creatures. This firearm has taken great damage. Taking aim with it makes one want to yell, "It's gonna rain lead!" I have a feeling that's a reference to another Namco
in
game.
The air here. I can smell it.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
To Forest Castle, which... Alright. It's not putting his color. What's going on? I don't see somebody's up. Where's this artifact again? Where is it? There's a vivid sphere. Hey! It's a Katamari! Love it! I bet that's Shield from what's her face from Soul Calibur. The Valkyrie looking chick. That one I don't know. Pac-Man. I've seen that before. Also, these
I think Hoodle senses something.
These owls are important because these ones are the ones that give you the ability to carry stuff over to New Game Plus. That's why I'm going out of my way to make sure I get these.
Yeah, I guess I got a little carried away. You think this is bad? You should
I
see
don't
the state
know.
of
I
my
don't know,
underwear.
Panda.
Yeah, a word of advice. You might want to refrain from mentioning that stuff around girls.
Yeah.
Ones without a military history, especially.
Man, can you imagine Rinwell's face? She'd have a nervous breakdown.
I meant
Over
in
your
general.
skid marks?
You sure mention her a lot, you know.
Huh? Oh, you know, she's always there, even when you least expect it. Springs to mind easily.
Either that, or maybe some part of you is subconsciously always wishing she was there.
May the trials and tribulations of young romance never change.
Romance? Like I'd be interested in that know-it-all tomboy. I'm more about mature women. Someone more like Kisara.
Yes,
You know, I
mature
used to be
women.
a tomboy too when I was Rinwell's age.
Look, it's not tomboys I have anything against. But come on, you've got to admit she can be a lot to handle.
Hey, I miss anything? What's all the fuss about?
He doesn't like that you're
Rinwell.
flat-chested.
Thunderblade!
Ah, what the hell was that for?
A little birdie told me you were speaking about me behind my back.
From the looks of it, I'd say you've got yourself a rival.
It wouldn't be called the Spring of Youth without a little storm every now and then.
Hey, Shion. How are you and Alphen getting on these days?
That's a little out of the blue. Why do you ask?
Because they want to know if you've banged yet.
Just, I don't know. I'm just curious, I guess. I mean, a lot's changed now he's got his senses back and all.
Go on.
I suppose you're right. Well, to tell you the truth, if he'd been the way he is now back when I'd first met him, I probably wouldn't have gotten this involved. But then, if we hadn't met like
Uh,
we did,
no, Panda.
then
No, I
I
did
never would have
not.
experienced these feelings, so... I guess...
Let me
it's
put it this way,
complicated.
Panda. Wait, I
can
said this
imagine.
earlier, but I guess you were
I
AFK.
know it's not the same thing, but
When you get to this point in the game,
I
wait,
know
because
what
I know
it
you're
feels like
recording
to
this
have
for your
someone you
channel,
love who's out
the
of
YouTube
reach.
channel. By the way,
Because
Carter's
of
Fan has a
Miguel.
YouTube channel. You should look it up.
Alphen's still alive. It's not too late, you know. And after
You
all,
are going to
who
have
can
just
say what the future
episodes
holds?
after
I think if I were
episodes
you,
after episodes
I'd
of
take
just
things as they come
cutscenes.
for now.
Either that or a few really long ones.
Everything. I've never touched you, Shion. But that doesn't stop you from knowing that I care about you, right?
That's true. But I do remember back when we first met, you made it plenty clear you weren't my biggest fan.
But that was a long time ago. There were lots of things I didn't understand back then. Not that that's the point.
Ah, okay.
Don't worry, I'm only teasing. I know what you mean.
It gets worse.
Thank you. And you're right. There are ways to convey your feelings besides just touching.
I think I've gotten into what,
Cooking
2
immediately
fights in this
springs to
entire
mind.
episode? The 3 hours I've done this, I think I've only had like 2 fights. One boss and one normal fight.
Mind that you want to tell him,
That's it.
Why not try appealing directly to his stomach?
You might just have a point. I'll give it a shot.
Uh-oh. If it's Alphen's palate you're appealing to, that doesn't bode well for the rest of
Yeah,
us.
really.
Well, friendship is about being supportive. Sometimes we just have to do our best and take one for the team, right?
Ah, take one for the team. Oh, god damn it.
Even after staying here, we never truly got to the bottom of what makes this realm's citizens tick.
Renan and Danon are meaningless distinctions here. To have one's own mind is strictly forbidden. All that matters is blind obedience.
That might be the case now, but it can't always have been like that. There must have been something more.
Once, maybe. Question is that something still salvageable?
If it's not, we'll just have to make something new. No, not we. They've had enough foisted on them as it is.
You're right. It's time the people here had the chance to forge their own path. That's not to say it'll be easy, but it will be worthwhile.
These things take time to... What the...
Who got the nail gun?
An ambush?
Sorry. There was a huge flying bug and I sort of shot without thinking.
A bug? You mean like a Zoogle?
Something tells me she would have shot it, whether it was a Zoogle or not.
This realm is teeming with humid forests.
No. Can we go back to the... No. Stop. Shut up. Shut up. Can we go back to the fact that Shion saw a bug, and her first instinct was to whip out her gun and fire at it?
Sounds like they're tougher than they look.
What about you, Alphen? Bugs don't creep you out?
I wouldn't say I was their #1 fan. Mind you, if times get desperate enough, I've been known to eat them.
Insects as a culinary option, you say? What kind of seasoning are we talking?
Oh my god!
I don't think he was talking about cooking them.
Hey, a lizard!
Shoot it! Oh, come on! I want to see her shoot it. This one has seen some shit. Trident, a golden trident. Its wielder is said to have traveled with the legendary Battle Maiden. Oh, really? Oh.
I see you've got your relics all lined up again. What are you doing?
Blood holes? That'd be awesome.
Huh? They're so bright now.
Oh, it's you two. I was merely tending to my collection.
Don't you think you've polished them enough by now?
You take better care of your relics than you do yourself.
I try to take good care of them. However, no matter how much work I put in, it refused to respond.
I thought you could hear
Respond?
their voices somehow.
I can, but that's all I can do with them. I can't actually engage in conversation with them. Not yet.
You know, with
What are they
inanimate
saying?
objects.
Did they really want you to polish them that much?
You're right. I was so enraptured with them, I may have selfishly failed to consider their own wishes.
They're inanimate objects, though.
He never gets tired of his relics, does he?
Nope. It is interesting
Doe
to look
has
at them
lost
when
the
they're
plot.
all lined up together like this, though.
Doe has completely
Like
lost the
how
plot.
These two have similar designs. It makes me wonder if they were made in the same period.
An excellent observation. Yes, I too suspect they're somehow intimately related as well.
I don't see what you two are talking about at all.
What's this? Why, that smear wasn't there previously. Could it be responding to my voice at long last? It's rather viscous and has a distinct aroma to it.
Someone peed on it.
Ugh, Hoodle! These relics are no place for you to do your business. I'm serious. These are priceless pieces of history.
Hoodle pooped on it.
Come on, Dohalim. Let's go wash your hands before you catch anything weird.
There's history in the air here.
Oh, okay, that was funny.
I don't smell anything.
Don't encourage him.
I gotta give that one. That was great. I liked that. Alright. Okay, where is the guard room? Is it out here? Guard room, right, second floor. Okay. Now, how many cutscenes? How many more skits do we have to? Going to be unlocked now that we've come back to Menancia. There it is.
Sure is good to be back in the pleasant climes of Menancia. Especially after the extremes of some of the other regions we visited.
Definitely. Your country is beautiful.
You do me an honor. However, this place was never mine to own.
I didn't mean it that way. Though, I guess technically you weren't born here either. Native or not.
Technically? What do you mean technically? There's no technicality about it. No, he wasn't born here.
If I were you, I'd try to take a little pride in people's compliments.
Allow myself to feel pride, huh? That sounds like no easy task.
Nothing sounds easy when you overthink things the way you do. It must be exhausting.
He's always worrying about something. It's probably what gives him his eye for detail. That's just the way he is.
Yeah, so we'd noticed.
Let's change the subject, shall we? It's a wonder so many things coincided to bring us here. Alphen's awakening, Shion's decision to revolt, the Danon uprising in Calaglia, the Crown Contest's final, sputtering throws.
The Crown Contest's final
Zephyr's
what?
Being in the right place at the right time. The fact that you happened to be a lord just as this was all going on.
It's almost as if we were brought together by design. By someone who wanted to bring down the system.
Uh-oh!
No,
Writers, they're onto you! They're breaking the fourth wall!
We did this on our own steam. It's our responsibility to see it through.
Did Law just utter a pearl of wisdom?
I do think about things, you know. Just what do you take me for exactly?
An idiot.
Honestly, I always sort of pegged you as a likable dolt.
What the hell makes me a dolt, you dolt?
I mean, she did say he was a likable
Swollen.
dolt, didn't she?
Let's refrain from poking this
I
particular
have the
Zoogle any
coat from
further.
Final Fantasy
Some
14.
lessons just can't be taught.
Not
Ah,
to
I see what
dolts
you mean.
anyway.
Cool.
Hey, Kisara, what's your secret for putting up with Dohalim? I don't know how you managed to deal with him.
You know when your face feels swollen 'cause
Secret?
something is in the
Oh, I don't think
Feel
it's
that.
as difficult as all that, really.
air.
Could have had me fooled. Anyone who waxes lyrical on the aesthetic qualities of cactus thorns is a step too far for me.
Oh, God.
And those poetic flourishes
All right, have a good
he
one,
sneaks
Tyra.
into regular conversation? How am I supposed to react?
He likes the sound of his own voice, that's for sure. I say let him have his fun. No need to
My
try
face
and
is swollen
understand
like
anything he
lizards.
says.
Never mind. Huh?
Has he always been like that?
I don't get it,
He
but
didn't
okay.
seem as on edge all the time back in Menancia. Though he was my superior back then. So who's to say what I didn't see?
The Lord of Cislodia hid in plain sight while a crony posing as him carried out all his business. What if the Lord we met in Vicent was really...
An imposter? Dohalim? Hardly. Like it or not, that's him all right. In all his flamboyant, circumloquacious glory.
That's a word. Holy
I'd like
crap.
to see someone try to impersonate that on a daily basis.
Come to think of it, what with being a lord and all, he's probably never had anyone to speak to on an equal basis.
It wouldn't surprise me. Having you guys around, having a family in a way, must be what's helped him change.
Must, yeah.
A
That's
little heads up on some of his eccentricities would have been nice.
It's those eccentricities that make him who he is.
Okay. I was just waiting to see if another one popped up. I probably won't get to the end fight until tomorrow. We're gonna be probably playing this tomorrow as well.
Do you sense one of your
There
friends,
you are.
Noodle?
Nice glasses. Ancient excavator. An artifact thought to have been used in subterranean excavation. Touching it fills one with an extreme urge to dig.
I sense a strange power from this.
If you must. There it is. Hold on a minute. There's this excavator thing. Oh! Mr. Digger? Is that a Mr. Digger? Oh, carries over my levels. Carries over equipment. Carries over skills. Carries over records. Huh. Carries over money and items. And... oh, the last one I have to actually do a side quest for. Holy crap. Oh god, that'd be terrible. Where's the Tao Seashore? Where the hell is that? Oh, there. Can you even do this cycle? God damn it.
I never thought about this until now, Alphen. But doesn't it get hot wearing that armor all the time?
He's not wearing armor, he's wearing a suit now.
Admittedly, yeah. It can get pretty toasty in this thing.
Is it hard when your back starts to itch?
Oh, you bet.
I think this was meant when he was still wearing his other armor.
Wearing it, even if it's not all that heavy.
Kisara looks like she manages all right with her armor.
The use of many words.
Armor takes a strong body and a stout heart.
In other words,
spoken like a true guardsman.
Getting to the point. Yeah.
Not that I really get what you mean.
The more I think about it, the more I realize what a pain it must be. Like, what do you do when you need to take a leak?
Ew!
That part can be a bit of a pain, yeah. More things to
What do you
take
mean,
off.
ew? Everyone does it.
That sucks, man. Wouldn't it be easier if you just walked around outside of your armor most of the time instead?
You never know when the enemy might attack. As tempting as it might be to take it off, it's not worth getting killed over.
So basically, you're screwed if you ever get attacked while taking a dump. Right?
Okay, that's
doing
fine.
this on purpose.
Oh.
Oh?
Message in a bottle, whoa. You'll get sick if you drink out of random bottles you pick up. I'm not drinking from it. There's something inside, though. A letter? What does it say? Ship sank, drifted to this island. No way off. Send help. It seems they were in a shipwreck and sent this letter out to sea in hopes of being found. Oh my gosh, we've got to rescue them. There's a map in here. It's a rough sketch, but it's got the location of the island. Let's take a boat there. Letter in a bottle, whoa. Beyond the grave. We're gonna get the.
We go.
What the fuck? Can I do that? Oh, well, one way to find out. Let's see if I can do that. Where is it? Beyond the grave. Oh, there we are. Nope. I cannot. 36,000. You can tell if it's something you can do, because the amount of money you get out of it. For God's sakes, I still can't even do this, and this is a 12,000 one. I guess that's all the, what you call it? That's all the, I can't get the last owl, because it's that quest that gives it to me. I'll just have to wait until I, finish the game and grind up and go back to it.
I think it's safe to rest here now.
Let's see. Let's go around and collect some sidey quests. Then we'll call it a night. Doesn't look like it, Panda. Because I've collected all the other owls and they didn't give me no, they gave me no pompadour. Unless it's part of a DLC pack or something.
Looks like we made it here in one piece.
Oh, God. Oh, hi, Alphen. Hey, Cole. What's up? You don't look too hot, kid.
I'm really hungry.
Even with the Renegon, there's still not enough food to go around. That's not good. Is there no way to bring some in from outside Calaglia?
Yes.
We have been. Thanks to your hard work, we've managed to establish trade routes and have a little food coming in. But other places are not well off. Not very well off either, so there's only so much we can broker between realms. Especially since this realm is nothing but rocks and sand for the most part.
That's great.
That's sad. I wish something more could be done. There's still hope. I heard there's a merchant from Cislonia who's visiting Glenomede Castle.
How's this?
Would you mind talking to him for
Got
us? Sure. We'll see what he has to say. In the meantime, here, have this bread.
Yay!
Well, thanks. Where'd you get it? Shion always comes prepared like that.
All right.
Anyway, let's make our way to Glenomede Castle. Start a quest! Yes. Oh, fuck me.
I never realized before just how hot this place is. It's like being inside a fire.
You're only just noticing? Ah, yes, forgive me. The whole lack of sensory feedback situation.
That's the one. It's hard to believe I once worked in this soup, let alone helped spearhead a revolution.
And all with the mask concealing your face. It must have been very grimy beneath that.
Back then,
Ew, I didn't want to think about that.
Enough dealing with constant abuse from our Renan overlords. It never occurred to me the air itself was oppressive in its own way. My head's spinning just with the effort it takes to walk.
I think that's called heat stroke. You might want to take a sip of water.
You mean that water that's been festering under the sun for days? I wouldn't chance it without boiling it first.
Oh, I know. I'll go to the dock and fetch us some clean water.
Water alone won't suffice. You'll need to ensure his sodium levels are replenished as well.
In that case, let's see if we can rustle up some rock salt. Alphen, you go cool off in the shade for a while. Shion, stay and keep an eye on him.
And
Did they all just turn into horses? And then galloped off on their brand new hooves? What was that noise?
Maybe it's not the time, but this place brings back memories.
I know what you mean. We're back where it all started.
You don't ever regret meeting me sometimes, do you?
Are you kidding? You started all of this. Bringing down the wall, retrieving my sense of self. I have no regrets.
I can't remember because it was like the beginning of the game. Did they ever explain why Shion was in a canister inside that train? Like all tied up and stuff?
Welcome back, Law.
I actually can't remember now. Where do you want me to go? Glenomede Castle, okay. Wait, Glenomede Castle... Wait, that's here. I'm a dumb. 3rd floor. Got it! When we get to this elevator, we go to the 3rd floor. I see you! You don't look too good. Oh, it's you. Well, it isn't our old foodie friend. This time you're in Calaglia, huh? Alphen, finally! I've been waiting for you to show up. Oh, so you'll talk to him, but not me. Great.
Yes.
That's because I can tell your palate is no good. What's up, Gordino? Find another recipe? Quite the opposite, actually. I can't find anything here. There aren't any fine delicacies here in Calaglia. Yeah, now that you mention it, I can't think of anything like that either. I want to take something with me, but at this rate, I don't know what I'm going to do.
Sure.
if you can't find anything, why not just fix something yourself instead? What? There's still stuff to eat in these parts. Just whip up something good with what you can find yourself. That's kind of what cooking is all about, isn't it? I would have figured you of all people would know that.
I don't believe this.
Oh! You've got guts thinking you can lecture me about food, young lady. But you're absolutely right. Not only am I a fine connoisseur of food, I'm also a chef par excellence. Watch and learn as I put all my years of culinary experience to good use to produce the finest dish this land has ever seen. I'm not sure he made anything else by himself.
Okay.
Oh yeah? If you're so confident, I'd definitely like to take some home with me. Let me help. This concerns Calaglia, so it feels personal to me. Badly! In that case, could you gather some ingredients for me? Say, some wheat and eggs? We have what you need, Bo. Actually, we've got what you need already.
Nice work.
Great! Now I can get to work. With these ingredients and all my knowledge and insight, this is sure to turn out exquisitely. Noms? What kind of noms are you making? Wheat and eggs. All done! What is this? Some kind of fried bread? Let's give it a taste. Wow, this is good. You sure put those ingredients to good use. I'll give him credit there. But doesn't the inside still taste a little doughy to you? Yeah. Also, there's nothing special about just plain old fried bread. Even with my skills, it looks like I have more work to do. Fried bread that's still doughy. Wait! I've got it! Put cheese on it. Cheese makes everything better. Just put cheese on it and it'll be fine. How about these? Are those supposed to be rings?
Yes.
Yep. I was inspired by these castles' architecture. I was inspired by these castles' architecture. This castle's architecture. I call them Glanamede donuts. Okay, I'll try one. Oh, now this is good. I can't get enough of this crispy texture.
Amazing.
Yeah, it tastes great. I'm in heaven. I had no idea you could make anything like this in Calaglia. I like it. It's got a unique look, too. I can work with this.
Nice work.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear my work paid off. Hey, what do you think about selling these things? I'll bring a whole bunch back to Cislodia. They'll be a hit. Maybe I should. You know, I finally realized something after fixing these donuts for you all.
Very nice.
Cooking has the power to make people smile, and I want to spread that sensation far and wide. You've got yourself a deal. There's no finer delicacy than the joy in your heart that comes from a good meal. That's what being a gourmand is truly about. I know exactly what you mean. I'll teach you the recipe for these donuts. It's the least I can do to repay you for your help. Thanks, Gordino.
Yes.
Let me ask you one more thing before you go. How do my donuts actually taste? How do they taste? Well, absolutely exquisite. With that, my culinary quest has finally come to an end. Oh, achievement unlocked. Globe-trotting foodie. Cool. Deliver to Gordino. Deliver the donuts to Cole and Doc. Hopefully these donuts will bring a lot of smiles to whoever eats them. What do you got?
Okay.
Well, I'm going to have to tell the merchants in other rooms about these donuts. Okay, now here's what I need to know. Are they actually donuts? Oh, I can't. I'd have to go to the. Oh, can I see a picture? Are they going to show me a picture? No. Because I know sometimes localization teams don't always get things right. They'll call they call things like donuts, but it's clearly like some Japanese rice thing. But
Finally.
English people won't know what those are. We gotta call them donuts. Alphen, you're back! Yeah, and I brought some food with me. Help yourselves. What's this? Some kind of treat? Well, don't mind if I do. Whoa, this is fantastic.
Yay!
Yeah, this is so yummy. Where'd you get these? A friend of ours has been making them over in Glanamede Castle using ingredients from around here.
What?
Really? You can make food this tasty here in Calaglia? The merchant from Cislodia liked them too. I think trade between our realms is going to pick up thanks to these, as is obesity and diabetes.
Yeah!
Yeah, we can sell food this good anywhere. This is great. It's so cool to know we can make stuff like this here. Mm-hmm. Guess I'll have to stop complaining so much now. I'm going to see what other awesome stuff I can make here in Calaglia too. That way I can pay you back for that bread you gave me before, miss. I can't wait to see what you make. Clerk uniform? What? Clerk uniform, is that cosmetic or an actual armor?
Roasted in that ring, but what we could really use is something to cap this off.
Sure. Got any ideas on what would be good?
Mabo curry. Fried bread stuffed with curry.
You'd probably buy out the whole stock.
So what did I just get? Oh! I got costumes for everybody! They are costumes! Glutton's Code. This scroll describes the demon's beast ecology. Wait, is that an artifact? Oh yeah, it is! Is that also supposed to be Pac-Man? Is that the ghosts? Huh. I like this. I'm curious. Nice. Let's see what these outfits look like. Hold on. Here we go. Where is it? Hold on. Ragged clothes. Oh yeah, I also got the farmer's clothes. Let's see, where is it? No, where? Does he not? Wait. Where is it? Oh, there's hers. Wait, did I pass his up? Oh, I did pass it up. It's right there. Oh, okay. Interesting. Oh, it's all the same outfit. It's just like skirts or pants. Oh, she gets shorts. Okay. Yeah. I will deliver your food, and if you don't like it, I dare you to complain. Somehow he looks natural in that. Him and Rinwell look natural in the clerk's outfits for some reason. Law kind of looks natural in it too. Neat. I can finish a side quest that gave costumes. Didn't know they still had those in this game. I thought they were all DLC. Well, I mean, there was the farmers ones too. Oh yeah, I never did show the farmers one. Also, they all came with hats. There's yeah, hat. Because the farmers' outfits all came with hats.
Reached our destination.
Okay, where's this side quest? Oh, there it is.
I sense a poor soul who is in dire need.
Sounds like our cue to step in.
Yeah.
Hey, seems like you folks are staying pretty busy.
Hey.
You could say that. You seem to be in high spirits yourself, Grenar. I try. I like to think I'm good at staying positive, if nothing else. After all, with everyone so scared right now, it's important for guys like us to stand tall and keep hope alive, you know? You said it. What's got you all down in the dumps? Me? I'm fine, I guess. Well, you don't sound like it to me. If Zephyr saw you like that, he'd be none too pleased. Exclamation point. Grenar, cut him some slack. What'd I say? Oh, yeah. Huh?
Yeah.
Anyway, I just remember that Nath said he has a favor to ask you guys. He does? What is it? You should talk to him yourself. Tell him I sent you. See you later.
Great.
Huh? He scurried off in a rush. Ellipse. That stuff with Zephyr, I mean your dad, still weighing on your mind, huh?
I guess...
I've known every Crimson Crow since I was in diapers, so I know better than anyone just how much they revered him. It's not like anyone's pointing the finger at me, but it's hard to stop imagining that they don't hate me somehow. Do you want to wait here while we talk to Nath?
Thanks.
Nah, come along. Not like waiting around here is going to make me feel any better. Start the questo! Gum arthritis. Yeah. Sorry, I just now noticed that you referred to the outfit as gum arthritis.
Huh?
Oh, hey, you guys. What can I do for you? Well... What can I do you for? We were going to ask you the exact same thing. Grenar sent us to talk with you. Said you had a favor to ask? Ellipse. Favor? What favor? Oh, I know. Question mark? You know the Iglia waste? There's a Zoogle there I want you to take care of. For now, But for now, we managed to contain it and block off the roads. Who knows when it will break loose and start causing trouble again. Makes sense. I'm guessing you want us to go in and make sure that never happens? More or less, yeah. But I'm not asking you to do it alone, Alphen. I want Law to take care of it instead. Me? Really? You got a problem with that? No, it's not that, but...
All right.
Good. Then get to work as soon as possible. If you need to break the barrier to get it done, that's fine too. Anyway, that's all from me. Don't let me down, you hear? What is with these guys? First Grennar starts acting weird and now Nith. It's me. This is because I got my dad killed. Law. No, it's fine. It's the least I can do after what I put these guys through. I'll be back. Nobody said we couldn't help you. We'll come too. Alright, what's the name of... Mixed feelings. I might be able to do this. 1260. Same as that one. Let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. Oh god, I have not saved in over 2 hours. Oh my god. Shiny. Got it. I did, Panda. I did that a while back.
I wonder what we'll find out there this time. Most likely Zoogles, I would reckon. I mean,
well, the last enemy that I fought when the quest reward was 12,000 monies was level 50 enemy. So let's see what this enemy's level is. All right, where's that block? Oh, I still gotta go all the way around. Damn it.
Guess I misread the landing.
I'm gonna break the rock. I'm gonna break the rock.
Is this the barrier that's keeping the Zoogle that Nath mentioned?
Looks like it. Our Zoogle pal should be on the other side.
This barrier is weird. It looks old and half-finished. Plus, he said it was okay to break.
I mean, we won't need it anymore once the Zoogle's gone, right? So what does it matter?
Well, assuming I can defeat it.
Did they really think that barrier was enough for a Zoogle like that?
Oh,
it was.
Goodness.
That thing was sturdier than you give it credit for.
Really? So that's the Zoogle, huh? This should be a piece of cake.
Oh, don't say that!
Law. Yikes! Don't make eye contact with it.
Too late. Already did. 53. Oh, I'm screwed. This ain't gonna go out. This is not gonna go in my favor.
Bad feeling about this.
Armor won't save you. Here goes.
Thor found it.
That shell's hiding something.
Oh crap! Wait. Are you a specific element? Water. So I want thunder and lightning. Which basically I have. Yeah, I'm set up with that already. Ow!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing to accomplish outstanding form.
Nope, lightning is not its weakness. Oh crap! Crap! Ooh! Ah crap! Ooh boy! Ow! God damn! You know what? Edit out. Sorry for law. No. Don't. Double heal. Double heal it up.
It's too much.
Oh crap. Damn it! Yeah, this isn't going to go in my favor. They're going to die.
I won't give up.
Crap, crap, crap! Move! Let's go do something. Yep, there we go. Wait, Kisara, why didn't you leave the battlefield? I told you to go away. Kisara, go!
I'm going to need to use all the power of my healing arts to...
Or is it... Wait.
accomplish this.
Nope.
I'm not done.
Look sharp. The enemy wields art too.
You'll soon see about that.
There we go.
Amazing.
Alright, it's
Dragon
showtime!
form.
If it's in the sky, it's mine.
Stay away from
Oh,
my
boy.
friend.
Kisara, what are you still doing here? Dolim, in!
Dragon form. You may be strong, but I'll never
Why is she still here?
back down.
In here! This'll come in handy.
Am I doing something wrong here?
Here goes! Not like this!
There, she died.
Imbue this vanquished soul with life.
A chain between heaven and earth.
Benediction
You're
life.
mine.
What was I thinking?
Strike.
Heal. Don't suffer in silence.
Down here!
Double demon fang. This one's all mine.
Corruption!
Burn in hell.
Here goes!
Stopped you!
No escape. No escape.
Lightning! Thunder field! There you go! Don't let up!
This is looking
Ah.
Here comes lightning and death to accomplish this. Let them not mind if I do.
no escape.
I see it. Banhammer time. Goodbye.
Magic
No
is
escape.
holy land!
You're not done.
All day! It looks like you got this one covered. Mine.
Benediction.
Oh boy.
This should do it.
Seal!
Another incantation.
Dragon form.
Oh crap. Crap. Oh good. Good.
Illuminate the dark!
Now you see what I can do. The flame inside me yearns for the electric. Burn.
Nope.
You're mine.
Corruption! A wailing lightning!
Dragon form.
Seal! I'll be
Ah,
waiting
fuck.
for one. Ready!
Here I come. I owe you one.
Why'd you heal me?
To stop you dying?
Ah, right.
Core break! Yay! Got one!
It's over. Double demon fang.
When it is hot, take that! Let Astral illuminate the dark!
You're mine.
No sock!
Lightning orb! More with Astral!
Point flash.
Illuminate the dark!
A thrilling performance.
Holy land!
You're mine.
Come on. Got a fourth down.
Dragon form. Here I come. This one's all mine. Burn.
Nope!
Seismic rupture. Strike.
Healing flash! Lightning orb! Corruption! I owe you, Dion.
Healing is what my art is best.
All mine can do is promote havoc in the...
Well! That didn't work out too well.
I can't lose.
Shine. Radiant.
Oh, it's back.
Force of regeneration.
Yeah, this is not gonna work out in my favor.
I owe you. Thank you for the healing, Dolan.
Our comrades need our ability.
I owe you. Right. No one is dying on our watch.
Dolim's down again.
I'll bring you back from death between heaven and earth. Primed and ready. Fancy lightning.
My pride was my
I'm
downfall.
going to need to use all the power
Of my healing art
to
to
accomplish
accomplish
illuminate the dark. Come forth.
Is this it?
Don't give up.
What?
Bring you back between heaven and earth.
That did it.
Here goes. I'm going to use all the power of my healing art to accomplish this.
I don't like you.
I can't hold on much longer. Lightning orb.
Dragon form.
Whoa, hey, when it is hot, I never miss. Illuminate the dark. Come forth, holy glitter.
I'll face you.
Holy light. Heaven and earth.
Dragon form.
Nope. No casting for you.
You're mine. Point flash. Hurricane thrust. No escape. Burn.
Yeah. Oh, his weakness is fire? Okay. Well, we need to change up some arts. That probably would have helped a while ago. Probably should have been paying more attention, but that's my own stupid fault. Don't they say keep that off, turn that off? Just keep that off, we'll put that back on. Oh, we're good. It'll work out now that you can use fire for massive damage. Let's hope. Oh, no, keep that off. Turn that off. Keep that off. Off, off. Oh, that's already on. That's already off. Okay. Does she not have any fire? She doesn't have any fire. Maybe we should switch you out. Let's turn off the waters. Water, 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 water. And water. Oh, she has a fire. There we go. Oh, screw this. She has a fire. Let's just have her spam the fire attack. Just spam fire! All of the fire! You got fire. We have a fire, but yeah, I'm not gonna worry about you. It's probably the Alphen she has. Alright, let's see.
You're mine! Dragon form!
Take this!
Here's another.
Damn it.
Hiding carved through armor!
Dragon form! Eagle ray!
Get out of there, Shion, you idiot!
Is this it? There from beyond, imbued its vanquished soul with resuscitation. Breath of life, heal my
Yeah, this ain't gonna work. This fight is not gonna work.
I won't give up. Resonate with the earth. It's in your hands now.
Oh boy. Yeah, this is. Yeah, this ain't gonna work out.
This one's all mine.
Here,
I'm not done. No rest for the wicked. Dazzle.
In here.
No escape.
Let's get you up.
Against one, you will die. Searing gale.
Lunar blast.
Engulf you. Bringing you up. Take this. Bloody
In here.
Ignite. Now. Air pressure. Dragon swarm. Double demon fang.
Here goes.
Incineration wave. You take it.
Don't mind if I do. Explosion.
Elusive deity.
Here goes.
Dragon swarm.
Keep going, keep going.
I'm ready.
Astral energy.
Say no more.
Whee! Here, let me help.
On your knees.
First aid.
Okay, here I go. Try
Here's
this.
another. I'm ready.
Explosive ring.
Lunar blast.
Core break!
Won't escape me.
You're mine. No escape.
Here's a healing arm.
Double demon fang. You're mine.
Oh crap, crap, crap.
Without a trace.
Resonate with
Haha! Missed me! Oh crap. Oh crap. Crap, crap, crap.
I'll show you how. Here comes the big one.
Nope, nope, nope.
Hold on to your art. Here I come.
Ah.
Here goes.
Nope.
I do. The flames will roar. The flames will roar. Hear me.
So I can't do anything to him because he's limit breaking. Or not limit, over limiting.
Soaring explosive ring! Eagle ray!
Here goes!
There!
I'm
Here I come!
Forgive me. This is my fault.
Try harder!
resuscitation!
Regenerate!
Thank you.
Here I come!
Here I go.
Oh crap.
Sorry. I didn't want to put you out.
But our friends both can't depend on one another.
You're right. I'll bear that in mind.
Oh boy. Ah! Fuck! Should've seen that coming. Should've seen it coming, but I didn't, because I'm an idiot.
What would I do without you? Thanks for the healing. Watch yourself, okay? Yeah. You too.
Blue escape! Dragon swarm!
I'll be saving you. Fire!
Where's my... There it is.
Dragon swarm!
I couldn't make it in time.
Try this!
Let's get you out of the way.
Explosive ring!
Oh boy. That's my last life bottle.
I'll be saving this one. Burning. Here goes.
Thank you for the follow, Tsunade. Appreciate it.
Blue escape! Dragon swarm!
Oh crap. Oh. Oh, that was my last. Oh wait, I can still help by doing. Screw it.
They're not playing around. I never miss. Feel not in your dreams.
Damn it, too late.
I'll bring you back from death. I'll bring you back from death. The flames will roll you back from...
Okay.
Feel a new lease on life. I'll be saving this one. I'll bring you back from let's go. In here. I'll bring you back from death. This will
God, it just won't leave her alone.
all right. It's showtime.
Thank you.
Annihilation by the power of flame.
Nope.
Dragon swarm!
Ah crap.
Can't be happening.
You! Stay away from my friend!
Well, both healers just went. Both people that can res are down.
Double demon fang!
So no more healing here.
No! It can't end here!
Poodle.
No, that's yeah. I'll grind that out later. That didn't go as well as I hoped. No! Don't you get my channel in trouble by playing your lyric music. You think so? Okay, Panda. Let's do it your way. Let's get everything prepped up properly. Now that I know he's weak as hell against fire. Do I have any fire abilities? I can't remember. Besides my flaming sword. No. Okay. Keep that off. Turn that back on. Turn that back on. Turn that off. Turn that off. I should keep that on. But if I could poison that, that'd be great. Oh, turn that back on. Turn that back on. That back on. Keep that on. Alright. She only has like one fire spell. We're gonna spam the hell out of it. I think she has a fire attack, I think. There it is. Turn your stuff back on. Keep it on. Okay. let's go ahead and switch you out from the front. Well, what if we were to... She only has one fire spell anyway. Let's try this combination. Because the story wants us to go in there with, and let's get... I know we're only missing a teensy little bit, but let's make sure we're
Looks like
top,
we get to
top
sleep
up
with
anyway.
a roof over.
Oh, and cook up some... Actually, do I have any...
For our heads.
What do I currently have up there anyway? Tell much of you slept. So I actually... I already have something that's really good anyway. Let's give it one last shot. Then we'll call it for the night. Ugh, damn it. Now I've got the snifflies. Thanks, nose.
Okay, off we go.
Panda believes in me, so I'm gonna go kick some ass or die trying. Excuse me, pardon me, coming through. I mean, it's only 8 levels ahead of me. It is Joler, yeah. I'm going to try this one last time. Success or failure.
Keeping the Zoogle in
I'm going to end the stream.
Looks like it. Our Zoogle pal should be on the other side.
This barrier is weird.
Is
It
it?
looks old and half finished. Plus, he said it was okay to break.
I mean, we won't need it anymore once the Zoogle's gone, right? So what does it matter?
Blah.
Did they really think that barrier was enough for a Zoogle like that?
It was. That thing was sturdier than you give it credit for.
Really? So that's the Zoogle, huh? This should be a piece of cake.
Don't get careless, Law.
That's a big Zoogle.
Let's see what we can do.
Oh man, I hope I live
4.
long enough to regret it.
Wait, am I just playing before? There it is.
The fluidity of the move is simply incredible.
Oh, Law.
Split it open.
There we go.
Bloody you're mine. Dragon form. Try this. Oh, now you're talking.
There we go.
Now I can let loose. An Astral art?
That's my cue.
Shut him down.
Minute. Well, this is risky, but I got out of there in time.
Now I can let loose. Ignite! I owe you one. Shine! Radiant Drive! Boost of regeneration! Dragon Swarm! Regenerate! I really don't know.
Ah! I did a dumb. I wasn't paying attention.
Hold on to your arts. Here I
Okay. Oh, we're gonna throw out.
Out of the woods, it seems.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Tornado Drive! Dragon Swarm! Dragon Shell!
confiscated.
Corruption!
Yeah. Oh crap! Is he no, he's gonna do the shooty shoot. Why is she saying resurrection when she's doing revitalize?
Here's a healing arc.
I'll face you. Soaring blast. There you go. I can carve through armor.
Crap! Oh, I thought he was gonna hit me with the an art.
This one's mine.
something. What are you doing? Thought so. Get it.
Imbue this vanquished soul with light.
Rise and shine.
Double demon fang. Don't pay for that. Watch it. Seismic rupture. You're mine. Crescent slide. Dragon swarm.
Come on. Come on.
They smite with blackened blade. Inferno. Now in the groove.
Break it. Break it. Break it. Didn't break it.
Execution.
Oh, no, no, wrong one. Damn it. Too late.
Can't move.
Damn it.
This should do it. Elusive deity. Rotating pile. Power stirred from beyond.
Fuck.
Imbue this vanquished soul with light. Use too much.
We got this. We got this. We got this. We got this.
Not done yet.
Fuck.
What's this?
I got stuck.
So much for sitting this fight out.
That wouldn't be a complaint, I hear.
Nope, that is
Nope.
Here goes!
These sticks have got your name on them.
Come on, Law. Do it. Do it, Law.
Now, while it's reeling.
Take it down.
Double demon fang.
Law, go. Do it.
Not ever.
I don't know what I'd do without you.
Perhaps now isn't the time?
I really don't.
Dragon swarm. Catapult. Super solo dance. Explosive ring.
Shall not be forgotten.
Dragon swarm.
Come on. Come on. Come on. Oh, crap. It's back.
To stop me dying?
No, 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 no.
You'll pay for that.
Yes, you have.
Imbue this vanquished soul with light. Resuscitation.
Art expert coming through!
Not done yet.
Another incantation ruined.
No, 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 no.
Armor is all mine.
There we go.
Here I come. Blood. Rending you apart. Bloody howling.
Okay, we got this. Come on. Wait, gotta get, we got some. Nope, nope, nope. Okay, I thought he was gonna do the thing where he swings his tendrils around.
Explosive ring. I'll face you. Soaring blast. Here I come. Howling hurricane.
Oh, what's he doing? What's he doing? What's he doing? Oh, he got poison! Yay! Poison finally worked.
In an instant. Impact block.
Whoop.
Here I come. Dragon swarm. Howling hurricane. Seismic rupture.
Yoink.
Watch yourself. Incredible power.
Crap, 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 crappy crap. Oh, oh, that was he. Nope. Haha. I can keep him casting his spells away from the rest of the party. Should be able to do things a little easier.
Shine, radiant light.
Okay.
You picked the wrong fight.
What? That didn't knock his ass over?
I owe you one.
He wasn't still. Oh crap!
And tonight's meal is on you.
You got it.
What's her name?
Yes, please. Ow.
Negative
Good dodge, Shion.
Will this help? That'll bring you down.
Okay. Should not have done that. Oh, I thought he was going to do attack. He didn't do a follow-up.
I can carve through armor.
Nice. Come on. Ah, crap.
It's trying to take us out.
Thank you for the healing, Dylan.
Our comrades need our ability to
Ah!
survive.
Shit.
No one is dying on our watch.
Denied. No. Can't end here.
What? Oh, I pressed the wrong damn button. Like an idiot.
I'm gonna need more of that. Eat this! Radiant light. My force of regeneration. Regenerate.
Thank you. Ah! Ah!
To accomplish this.
I got hit by the lightnings. Ah! Nope. Come on.
Now I'm in the groove. Not my finest.
It's weekend.
Port break.
My friend, this ends now.
Out of the woods, it seems.
I'm ready.
What's he doing? Fuck me. Okay. No, look at me. Don't go after the healers. Go after me. Come on. Nope, 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 nope. Haha. Miss me. Oh, fuck. I asked for that.
This should do it. We can do this.
Cliche. But appropriate.
I'm counting on you.
There we go.
Watch yourself.
Ah, crap. He's overliving again. No, I literally just used a heavy treat, and you lost all your health that fast? Holy shit.
Try harder.
Keep the spells away from the rest of the party.
Rending you a bloody holiday.
Nope.
Take this. Air pressure. Eat dirt.
Come on. Wait, why did not knock your ass? You didn't knock your ass down. Why? Oh, fuck.
Here I go. I'm gonna need more of that medicine.
Oh, crap.
This should do it. I'll finish you here and now.
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Dragon swarm.
I'll bring you back from death to this.
Come on. Leave shield alone, you prick.
From death to this.
I can carve through. Watch this.
Resuscitation.
Here I come.
I'm going to need to use all the power of my
Break it, break it, break it, break it, break it, break it, break it. Nope.
I don't even know the word defeat.
Oh, god damn. No, I can't. Well, I have elixirs. You, get back up.
Here we go again. Here I come. In a bind. Be still.
Ah, crap.
Such unadulterated fury.
Nope. Ain't happening, buddy. Everyone just keep attacking him. That hit me?
Let loose. Try harder.
There we go.
Take this. Dragon swarm.
Ah, damn it. Too far away.
The flame inside me yearns to be let free. Eat this.
I don't like you, Thunderbite. The Thunderite.
Dragon swarm. Double demon fang. I let you all down.
Hey, other healer, how about you do that healing bit? There you go.
Will this help?
Imbue this vanquished soul with life. Try harder.
Ha ha ha! Yay! Oh, get me in there! Get me in there! Get me in there!
Thanks.
God. Oh, sorry, Tohalim. I got his ass killed. Ah, crap. Come on. Come on, you prick. Do your thing. Keep the spells away. Keep the spells away from the party. Now he's gonna come over here. Nope.
I'm almost impressed.
My praise coming from you.
Fuck!
Don't get carried away. I'll bring you back from death's abyss.
Please do.
My natural defenses are fading. I'm a sitting duck.
Thank you.
Retreat from this battle.
Retreat? I would never. I'll heal you all.
Come on.
Radiant light. Force of regeneration. Explosive ring.
Ah, crap. He's all armored up again.
I didn't want to put you out.
What are friends for if we can't depend on one another?
You're right.
Are you kidding me? He just wiped out the entire... I don't have it. Fuck it.
I'll bear that in mind.
Okay.
Not a chance. Strike.
Will this help?
This isn't looking good.
Damn it.
Dragon swarm.
Healing circle.
Lightning thrust. This one's all mine. Hurricane
Can't be happening.
coming through.
There we go.
Now.
I don't know, Joler. When the enemy dies, that's how long it is.
Benediction light. Heal. There you go. Easter. Like me again. Talon hurricane.
Oh, crap. Wasn't paying attention. Fuck it.
I'll finish you. I'll finish you here and now.
Such unadulterated fury.
I'm just getting started.
Do it over here. Do it over here. There you go.
Imbue this vanquished soul with life.
There we go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Go go. Go 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 go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Go go. Gotta go. Gotta go. Go go. Gotta go. Go 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 go
Is
go
that
go.
a healing art? It is. I can't ignore your pain. And I'll try to.
Nope. Ha
Here I come. No escape. Down on the ground.
ah. Fuck me.
I've let you all down.
Yes, you have.
Dragon swarm.
Yeah. Fuck.
Will this help?
Damn it. So down on the ground.
Healing circle.
Talon
I'll bring
hurricane.
you back from death's abyss.
Power surges through me.
Resuscitation.
Let me clean you of your fire. Take this. Anything in armor is all mine. Now you see what I can. All finish you here and now.
Come on. Come on. So close.
See what happened there as you crossed. Stay away from my friends. You're mine. Begin. Talon hurricane. Dragon swarm. Take this.
Oh shit 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 shit.
It's in your hands. I'll crush you. Lightning reflexes. Tenebrous claw.
Boop.
Talon storm.
No, not arts. Oh crap, he's over limited again. God damn it.
Okay.
Is he over
Here I
limited?
go.
Yeah, he's over limited.
Air pressure. Take this. Escape.
Should not have done that, 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 should not have done that.
If it's in the sky, it's mine. I'll bring you back from death's
Radiant
abyss.
light. Force of regeneration.
Come on.
Regenerate.
I owe you.
Forgive me. They'll pay for that.
I can't lose.
Unfortunately, you did.
From death's abyss.
Come on. This is the sloppiest fight I've been in a while.
Dragon swarm. They smite with blackened blade. Dragon ring. Eat this. It's no time.
Ah.
Away. Dragon swarm. Shine. Radiant light. Force of regeneration.
Come on. You gotta be kidding me.
Regenerate.
He had to do that right then and there, didn't he? Now turn around and look at me, you prick.
Dragon swarm. Smash you. Resuscitation. Talon hurricane. Eagle bomb.
As long as I have an item or CP over there, I can continue to res. Well, down he went.
I can feel the medicine work. Anything in armor is all mine.
Over the minute again. Yeah, I was not meant to be in this battle at this level at all.
Shine, radiant light, force of regeneration. Don't suffer in silence.
Come on.
Try harder. Now we're not swarm.
Come on. He's gonna hit me.
Do it.
There we go! Finally! Oh. That was the sloppiest fight I've done in this game so far. Ugh.
Huh? What's a letter doing in a place like this?
Hell if I know. I highly doubt that Zoogle was trying to guard it. Still, somebody.
Yeah, but those items probably would have been helpful during the final battle.
Law.
Huh? What's up?
Something up?
It's from my old man.
20 more hours to find
My
probably.
dear son, I wonder how things will be between us by the time you read this.
Oh. Well, one of you
In
will
any
be
case,
dead.
I first want to congratulate you on all that you've accomplished. Making it this far requires a strong body, fine technique,
Lots of
unwavering
resurrection
spirit,
items.
and most of all, friends that you can count on.
AKA resers.
If you have all of that, then I, as your father, have nothing to worry about. Those things together will always keep you on the right path. That brings me to what I really wish to discuss with you. As with all of us, there will someday come a time when you'll be a grown man who can and must think and act for himself.
Well, he's doing a really good
Whether you'll
impression
live
of
in a
Zephyr.
world where blood will no
Holy
longer
shit.
be spilled between Danins and Renins, or when that day arrives, nobody can say. But even if peace still eludes us then, you'll have to decide how to live in this world. Listen to others with an open heart, but don't be swept away by their words. Always live on your terms. One more thing. If I ever see you again, I hope to say this to you in person, but neither of us knows what tomorrow may bring.
Ouch.
Know this. Whatever you think of me and what I've done, your mother and I love you very, very much.
And there's nothing in this whole world that will ever change that. Your father, Zephyr.
Zephyr.
I can't believe he's only telling me all this after he's gone. What am I supposed to do with this?
Sell it on eBay.
Zephyr once told me that living freely meant being your own master. I think he wanted to make sure you know how he felt one way or another. What you do with that knowledge is up to you.
I'm not sure, Blackfoot, to be perfectly honest.
But that still doesn't explain why his father left that letter for him here, of all places.
Don't forget, we were led to this place. We may well get some answers if we go back to the source of all this.
Yay, max CP up. Oh, God. Whoa, lots of SPs. Love it. Ooh, sticky tentacles. Gross. Anything else over here? Like shinies or anything? Nope. But I saw we were ready to do some things like this. He's got Ground Dasher. Now we're going to improve his healing arts, although I kind of wish I did that first. Eh, screw it. Finish off this circle. Okay. Wait, what am I doing? I can just fast travel. I mean, walk in there. What's wrong with me? Walking.
We finally made it.
Oh, you two are together. All right. What do you got to say? From the look of it, I take it you guys found the letter. We sure did. Did you guys put it there? Nope. Zephyr did. As soon as Law ran away. He left it there just in case something ended up happening to him and he wouldn't get to see Law again. The way him and Law were reunited, he never saw that one coming.
Hey.
Hey, chin up, kid. You still don't think we blame you for whatever happened to him, do you? Look, I won't lie to you. It really hurts losing a man like Zephyr. He was a father to all of us, you know. But when you're in the business of fighting the Renans like we are, you're always prepared to lose friends and more along the way. Ellipse. Knowing Zephyr, I'm guessing he didn't write you a very long letter, am I right? You know, when your parents met, your mom was a resistance fighter too. Did you know that?
Yes.
I figured it out. The reason she pulled out of the front lines was because she had you. She would stay behind and protect you while your dad would fight twice as hard for the two of you. That was the deal anyway. There was only one time your old man broke it, and that was when he went to find medicine to cure your mom's illness. Needless to say, he didn't get to it before she died. It's the only time I know in all those years when he acted for selfish reasons. I had no idea. He never told me about that. But it goes to show, he never forgot about you or your mom that whole time. He still loved you both deeply. Yeah, and I just took that and threw it all away, I guess. So what's your plan? Now that you know how your father really felt about you. I don't know. I'll have to think about it. But one thing's for sure, I'm going to grow up to be a man that both of my parents can be proud of. Good answer. In that case, I have something else to give you. That's the ring Zephyr was holding on to, isn't it? That's my mom's. It's yours, kid. You're ready. Don't waste your life your parents fought so hard to give you. Yeah, I won't. Thanks, you two. Zephyr's ring. Cool. And dawn braces and monies and things. Yay. Ooh, and emblem. Torchbearer. Sweet, love that. Ooh, as an additional awakening step. If the requirements for awakening are met a second time. Ooh. Let's go that way. Well, you know what? No, let's finish this off. There we go. And now we'll go this way. Ooh. Ooh, these are all good things. This is a good one. Ooh, attack plus 50 if I finish it. You better damn well believe I'm going to try and finish it. Equipment for the law. There we go. Nice. Let's go take a load off and end this stream. We're well over time today, that's for damn sure. Jesus. Wait, isn't this... Okay.
Over our heads.
Oh.
You okay, Law? You seem kind of quiet.
I'm fine. Just feels a little weird returning home now that my dad's not here, I guess. Oh man, sorry. I didn't mean to bum you out too.
Or did you?
So I guess that means you'll be visiting your dad's grave while you're here. Right, Law?
Wait, is there actually
His
a gravesite?
What are you, nuts? There is no grave. The Rena would only destroy it the moment they found it.
Back before Calaglia was liberated, dead slaves would be dumped in mass burial sites. Either that or thrown on top of a bonfire.
Yeah.
We got used to cremating our own to deny them the pleasure. Then we'd sprinkle the ashes from high up as a way of returning them to the motherland.
It's all we could do. That's the ceremony we had when my mom died, too.
But that was back then, right? Calagli is liberated now. There's nothing to stop you from raising a true grave anymore.
I suppose you've got a point. Once you've been doing something for generations, though, it sort of begins to take root. It's a tradition of its own now.
My dad wouldn't want that anyway. Cheap and simple, he'd say. Besides, I can't treat him differently than my mom. They might not end up meeting on the other side.
I hadn't thought of it like that. Wow, imagine. The two of them reunited, back home where they belong. They're probably watching over us right now, at one with great Dana. There's something almost poetic about it.
That's why I can't afford to screw up. If I know my pops, something as paltry as death won't stop him from coming to box my ears. Still, better than being left alone, I guess. Better than never.
Sorry, I had a weird image.
You hear that?
I imagine
Dad?
he would
I'll
take
make
boxes
you
and put
proud.
them over his ears.
You'll see.
What about that ring thing, though? Is that like an actual accessory? Oh, it is. Wow! My attack goes down significantly, but, woo! You might survive a little longer. I'll take it. But even at 858, he's still my highest physical attacker in the game. Neat. Take a sleep, please. I'm good. Okay. So let us go ahead and save it and say goodnight for the time being. Okay, well, like I said, I was kind of hoping that this would have been the final episode, that we would have, you know, been able to take on, go down the final dungeon and do the whole thing. But this episode turned out to be just the episode of cutscenes. So maybe tomorrow. I was kind of hoping to do a Final Fantasy XIV Friday, but you know what? Screw it. I might just anyway. I can play more Tales of Arise next week. Hell, knowing this game with all its cutscenes, the ending will probably be two live stream episodes anyway. But well, I'll tell you what. Before we go any further and talk about what's coming up later this week, let's talk about what we talk about at the end of every live stream. Plug time. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls of all ages, and everything in between, if you enjoyed what you saw here today, then please consider stopping over at my Patreon, patreon.com/featherhoof_gaming. Where for just a couple bucks a month, not only can you help support the channel, help it grow, help me get better equipment for the studio and whatnot, but you get something back in return, from exclusive access to a Discord chat, early access to videos, exclusive patron-only unedited versions of all my videos, being a voice on multiplayer Saturdays, you know, stuff like that. But if none of that entices you, you could, of course, instead subscribe to this channel right here on Twitch, which instead will give you the ability to kill ads, because let's face it, who doesn't love killing ads? And it gives you access to the emoticons that were spammed by Tyro before he left, and Liza and Blackfoot and Ellie, and Liza and Jolor and Blackfoot. Ah, no pooping. No poop. And Ellie and Jolor. Also remember, if you're an Amazon Prime or Prime Gaming subscriber, you can subscribe to one channel every 30 days for free, so why not make it this one? Costs you nothing extra, kicks a little bit back to the channel. You still get access to the emoticon, still being spammed by Joler over there, so win-win. But if you have absolutely no money to spend, I understand, money can be tight, I get that, but you can still support the channel for free. Absolutely nothing. First off, by sharing it. Letting people know the channel is here, let them know what we do, you know, help grow the community, because the bigger the community, the more we can do with more people. And feedback. Feedback and constructive criticism helps out immensely. Keeps the channel growing, keeps it moving forward, more importantly, keeps it from moving backwards. And you can do so when this episode shows up on YouTube later, where in the comment section below, you can let me know what you liked, what you didn't like, things you'd like to see more of, less of, or just other games you'd like to see played on the channel. And that is my shtick. That is my spiel. I am out of here for today. I will be back tomorrow with, you know what, I'm just doing a Final Fantasy XIV Friday. We'll come back with more Tales of Arise next week. And Saturday, what am I going to do Saturday? I don't know. It's still up in the air. I'm not sure what I still want to do. If I want to do more Phasmo, if I want to do some L4D or Bigfoot or something like that. I'll definitely have it figured out by Saturday. I promise you that much, because we're going to have to do something. But I still want to keep in line with Spoopy Month. Spoopy Month and multiplayer. I'll figure it out. We'll get there. But for now, I'm taking off. I do need to do that. I need to sleep on it because I had work in a couple hours. So take care. Have yourselves a fantastic... Thank you for hanging out with me. Have yourselves a fantastic morning, afternoon, evening, or sleep, whichever one you're heading toward. And I will see you all next time.